The results you're getting in your life right now, your relationships, your money, your sense of fulfillment, they're not responding to your dreams. They're not reacting to your affirmations. And they certainly aren't moved by your vision board. They're responding to your signal. Not the one you're trying to send. The one you're actually emitting. The signal is not your words. It's not your polished intentions. It's not your well-rehearsed mindset tricks. Your signal is the frequency of your actual state, your nervous system, your identity, your belief matrix, your emotional honesty. And here's the part that most people miss. The universe doesn't respond to what you want. It mirrors what you are. This changes everything. Because if you're walking around saying you're confident, but your body is screaming anxiety, guess which one the quantum field is picking up? If you're visualizing abundance but emotionally embodying scarcity, no amount of positive thinking can override the deeper, louder frequency your being is sending out. You can't trick the universe. That's not metaphor. It's not motivational. It's quantum law. This is the line in the sand between manifestation that works and manifestation that leaves people exhausted, confused, and stuck. In this masterclass series, you're not going to be handed repackaged pop spiritual fluff. You're going to be given a raw, reality-altering understanding of the real laws that govern the field of reality, how it reads you, how it reflects you, and why only congruence, embodied truth, can shift your results. You'll come to understand that the field is alive and intelligent, and that it's listening with precise accuracy not to your goals, but to your state. Throughout this series, we will unpack 50 core keys, each one showing you a distinct, actionable layer of what true embodiment means and what pretending costs you. You'll learn why faking it till you make it doesn't just delay your breakthrough, it rewires you in the wrong direction. You'll understand how your identity frequency commands the quantum, how the field mirrors not just your thoughts but your unspoken beliefs, and how even subtle self-betrayal muddies your ability to influence your external world. By the end of this series, you'll walk away with a new understanding of power. Not force, not effort, not manipulation of the mind, but true internal alignment that turns you into a broadcast tower for the life you're actually wired to live. You'll see why trying harder is a glitch in the system, and how shifting into coherence across all levels of your being is the real gateway to quantum congruence. We'll expose the energetic cost of pretending, the illusion of performance, and the false safety of spiritual personas. You'll meet the difference between outcome addiction and embodied trust. You'll see why action from misalignment keeps producing chaos, and how presence, not pushing, is what the field obeys. We'll ground this in quantum principles, neuroscience, energetic resonance, and real-world application. But before all of that, before we even get to the mechanics of congruence, you need to fully grasp this. You are broadcasting something every second of every day. The question is not if you're sending a signal. The question is, what are you actually transmitting? Because that's what the universe is responding to. And that's what we're about to uncover, piece by piece, until the distortion is gone and only truth remains. Next, we bring the microscope in closer. You've started to sense that your signal isn't what you say, it's what you are. Now let's clarify what the field is and how it works. It's time to clear the fog between pop spirituality and the actual mechanics of quantum law. You've heard it before, energy flows where attention goes. You've heard, raise your vibration. You've heard, visualize it and you'll attract it. You've probably even been told, just act as if it's already yours. And still, nothing changes. Or maybe something does change, but only temporarily. And then it collapses back into the same patterns, the same financial limits, the same emotional cycles, the same relationship struggles. Here's why. There's a critical difference between quantum law and magical thinking. Magical thinking teaches you to force reality through mental gymnastics. It says, if I think positive long enough, reality has to catch up. Quantum law doesn't care what you're trying to think into being. It cares about the coherence of your state. This isn't about positive thoughts. It's about internal signal congruence. Because the quantum field, the very structure of reality, is not seduced by surface-level affirmations. It responds with mathematical precision to the congruence of your signal. Let's define this clearly. In quantum mechanics, there's a concept called the observer effect. It tells us that at the smallest level of matter, The act of observation collapses a probability into a particle. In other words, reality doesn't just happen. It responds to presence, attention, consciousness. But what kind of presence? What kind of observer? Here's where most teachings miss the mark. The observer effect isn't triggered by empty watching. It's influenced by the quality and coherence of the observer's state. If you observe your future with emotional scarcity, fear, desperation, or fragmented belief systems, you collapse a version of reality aligned with that. If you try to act rich but feel like a fraud, the field reads fraud, not wealth. This is not a judgment. It's not a punishment. It's a response. The field doesn't play favorites. It reflects frequencies. That's why it can't be tricked. It doesn't care how badly you want something. It doesn't even care how many hours you meditate. It simply mirrors the frequency you are being. Not thinking. Not pretending. Being. Let's go deeper. Magical thinking treats the universe like a vending machine. Put in enough vision boards and affirmations, and I'll get what I want. But that formula is built on an emotional lie. Underneath most attempts at manifestation is an unconscious belief. I'm not there yet. I don't have it yet. I'm not enough yet. And that's the actual frequency being broadcast. You see, when people say they're working on manifesting, what they're really doing is projecting effort over misalignment. They're hoping to compensate for a lack of embodiment with techniques. They want to force the field to respond to an idea while their being still emits contraction. Here's the truth. The universe doesn't need to be convinced. It just needs a clear, congruent signal. Your job is not to manipulate the field, it's to match it. To become energetically congruent with what already exists as a possibility. That's not magic. That's quantum matching. Let's use resonance as an example. If two tuning forks are placed in the same room, and you strike one, the other will begin to vibrate at the same frequency. It doesn't matter what the second fork wants. It will respond to resonance. Your life is doing the same. It's vibrating in response to your frequency. If your emotional body, mental narrative, physical posture, and subconscious beliefs are out of sync with what you say you desire, no amount of scripting, journaling, or meditating will override that incoherence. This isn't to discourage you. This is your power. Because the field is exact. It's obedient. It's precise. And it's listening right now not to what you're saying, but to what you're radiating. And when you understand how the field reads you, not your mouth, not your social feed, not your self-help bookshelf, you finally gain access to influence. Not through control, not through pretending, but through embodied congruence. Next, we go even deeper into this principle. You've now seen that the universe doesn't negotiate with thoughts, it reads signals. But what happens when your signal is off, even subtly? Let's explore how the universe detects your incoherence with brutal accuracy, and what happens when it does. You've seen now that the quantum field is not passive. It's responsive. It listens, not with ears, with resonance. It feels every distortion you carry, and it mirrors back the truth of your frequency with unshakable accuracy. The truth is, this field, this intelligent force that shapes matter, time, outcomes, and possibility, has a kind of lie detector built into it. And that lie detector doesn't need to scan your words, your posture, or your polished persona. It reads your signal, and your signal never lies. This is why most people stay stuck, even when they think they're doing the work. They're following all the steps. Visualizing, journaling, meditating, speaking affirmations aloud every morning. But deep underneath, there's a fracture, a dissonance, a split between what they're trying to project and what they're actually anchored in. And that split is what the universe responds to. Not the vision board, not the mantra. Here's what this means. You can't pretend your way into alignment. You can't act from one frequency while holding another internally. The universe doesn't buy into your costume. It reads the nervous system underneath. So how does this lie detector actually function? Let's bring this down from abstract to precise. Every thought you think generates an emotional tone. That emotional tone translates into a chemical signature inside your body. That chemical signature affects your physiology, your breath, your posture, your facial expression, your muscle tension. All of that information is broadcasted. You are radiating a frequency not metaphorically, but biologically and electromagnetically. This frequency is your signal, and the field is tuned in to that. So let's say you're affirming, "I am abundant." You say it 20 times a day. You write it 50 times in a notebook. But underneath that, your body holds the contraction of fear. Your stomach clenches when you check your bank account. Your jaw tightens when you think about money. You're saying abundance, but your signal is scarcity. Guess which one the field responds to? Now let's get even more subtle. Because this lie detector doesn't just respond to obvious fears or doubts. It detects your micro-pretending too. What is micro-pretending? It's the moment you laugh when you don't find something funny. It's the way you shrink your truth to keep someone comfortable. It's when you post something to look high vibe even when you're drowning inside. Each of those moments sends a mixed signal, and the field picks it up. Mixed signals confuse the mirror of reality. If you emit desire and fear in equal measure, the field gives you static. If you project confidence but feel worthless, the field reads shame. If you perform joy but embody numbness, the field responds with delay and disconnection. And this isn't punishment, it's precision. The universe isn't ignoring you, it's reflecting you. This is the brutal and liberating part. You can't fake alignment. But the moment you drop the performance, when your internal state, your energy, your truth, and your actions line up, that's when the field responds immediately and often exponentially. Here's a common trap. People think that just feeling good is the answer. They try to force positivity. They smile through burnout. They bypass grief. They spiritually gaslight themselves into being okay. But that artificial light doesn't emit true power. Because the field doesn't respond to surface-level happiness. It responds to coherence. And sometimes coherence means sitting in the raw, uncomfortable, unfiltered truth of how you feel, without fixing it, bypassing it, or packaging it as a story. Let's say you're moving through heartbreak. You tell yourself, "I'm fine. It's for the best." You journal about letting go. You repeat affirmations about trust and timing. But your energy says, "I feel betrayed. I don't understand why this happened. I'm still carrying grief." That is your real signal. And the field is reflecting that energy, not the one you wish you were in. This is not an invitation to wallow. It's an invitation to integrity. Because when you allow the truth of your state without performance, without suppression, without agenda, you become congruent. And congruence is what the field responds to. So ask yourself, where are you pretending? Where are you managing optics instead of frequency? Where are you trying to manifest from a place that doesn't match your current truth? Every answer to those questions reveals why the mirror of your reality looks the way it does. Because the universe's lie detector is always on. And the only thing that turns it off is truth. Truth is clean. It may not be pretty. It may not be convenient, but it's clean. And when you stand in it, even in pain or confusion, your signal becomes clear. The field finally knows what it's reflecting. And that's when movement begins. Now let's anchor this with even more clarity. You don't need to fix everything to become congruent. You don't need to feel high vibe all the time. But you do need to stop pretending. Pretending scrambles your signal. Pretending tells the field, "I'm not safe to be seen." Pretending reinforces, "I don't trust who I actually am to be enough." And the field mirrors all of it. Let's bring this into the body. The body is the most honest part of you. It doesn't lie. It doesn't perform. It doesn't filter. It just signals. So if your mind is affirming one thing, but your breath is shallow, your shoulders are tight, and your gut is twisted in dread, that's the signal the field is taking seriously. No matter what your vision board says. This is why embodiment is not optional. It's not a spiritual concept. It's a biological necessity for quantum congruence. When your mind, body, and energy say the same thing, that's when you're broadcasting clearly. That's when the lie detector goes quiet. That's when the field says, "Finally, I see the truth." Now I can respond. So where do you begin? You start by listening, not to the mind, not to the scripts, not to the conditioned stories, but to the body, to your own breath, to your felt experience. You ask, is this truth, or is this a performance? You say, I'm willing to feel what's real, and then, no matter how messy or unrefined it is, you honor that. Because the truth of your signal will always outpower the prettiness of your projection. And once you align with that, the universe stops sending mixed responses, because your message is finally loud and clear. Next, we move even deeper into clarity. You now understand that the field picks up your frequency, not your fantasy. But what language does the field actually understand? How do you speak to it with the part of you it responds to? That's what's coming next, because the universe only speaks one language, and that language is embodiment. You've now seen that the universe isn't reacting to your surface layer. It's tuning into the entire bandwidth of your being. Every micro-movement, every emotional imprint, every energetic current. It's all part of your broadcast. And it speaks only one language. That language isn't affirmations. It isn't visualization. It isn't verbal declarations, spiritual hashtags, or scripted intentions. The field only speaks embodiment. This is why your words don't create your world, your state does. The field doesn't respond to what you say you believe. It responds to what your nervous system is anchored in, to what your subconscious is saturated in, to what your identity is structured around. This is the language the field fluently understands. This is the signal it reflects without error. So, what is embodied frequency? It's not a posture. It's not a practice. It's not something you temporarily step into when you're feeling aligned. It's the totality of your being, your biology, your energy, your beliefs, your emotions, operating in complete agreement with your truth. Embodiment means there is no gap between what you think, what you feel, what you choose, and what you signal. That internal unity is what creates a readable, unmistakable frequency. And that's when the field responds. To understand this better, think of a radio transmitter. If it's calibrated precisely, it sends a clear signal. If it's misaligned by even a small fraction, the broadcast becomes distorted, static-filled, or silent. Your being is the same. When your internal channels are coherent, when your thoughts, emotions, nervous system, and beliefs are aligned, your frequency is strong, cuts through noise. It reaches the field cleanly. But the moment you fragment, when your mind says yes but your body says no, when your voice speaks love but your heart vibrates fear, you become a scrambled broadcast. The field doesn't punish scrambled signals. It just reflects them. Embodiment is clarity. Pretending is confusion. And the universe doesn't respond to confusion. Let's break this further. People often ask, how do I know if I'm embodied? You know you're embodied when your energy speaks louder than your words, without trying. You don't need to prove. You don't need to push. You don't need to perform. There's a grounded stillness to you, a quiet power. You don't need the result to feel certainty, because certainty has already become your baseline state. That's embodiment. It's the moment your desire isn't something you chase. It's something you are. You are the frequency of the outcome before it arrives. And that's why it arrives. This isn't trickery. This isn't spiritual manipulation. It's alignment with how reality works at its core. Embodiment is not about pretending you already have what you want. It's about removing everything that contradicts it from within you. If you want to experience love, you don't fake self-worth. You become the state of someone who already feels worthy. If you want wealth, you don't pretend to be rich. You embody the identity of someone who moves in integrity with abundance. There's no pretense in embodiment. It's not costume, it's coding. Let's be clear, this is not about perfection. It's not about always feeling confident, calm, and enlightened. It's about congruence. You can feel sad and still be embodied. You can feel afraid and still be congruent. Because truth is congruent, and the field responds to truth. Every single time. This is why embodiment creates immediate shifts. When you become the frequency, fully, honestly, consistently, your external world begins to reassemble itself around you. People feel it. Opportunities reflect it. Doors open. Timelines shift. Because the field is no longer receiving a fragmented signal. It's receiving a clean, unbroken one. There's one more layer. Embodiment is not only about what you're aligned to. It's about how deeply you're willing to stand in that alignment, especially when reality hasn't caught up yet. This is the test most people fail. They claim alignment, but only when it's comfortable. Only when the evidence is showing up. But true embodiment remains steady even in the absence of proof. Because embodiment is not based on outcomes. It's based on internal truth. And when you hold that truth long enough, the universe recalibrates to meet you. Not as a reward, but as a response. So how do you embody a new frequency? You don't chant it. You don't fake it. You don't force it. You choose it. You stabilize in it. You remove what contradicts it. You stop lying about what you're really feeling. You stop leaking energy through performance. And most importantly, you honor the truth of your current state without making it wrong. Because ironically, one of the fastest ways to embody a higher state is to stop pretending you're already there. When you're honest about your fear, your grief, your rage, or your doubt, you become coherent. That coherence is powerful. That coherence is readable. That coherence becomes a bridge into the next reality. Because now, the field has something it can work with. Something real. Something stable. Embodiment is not the end goal. It's the requirement for movement. It's the non-negotiable for resonance. And it's the only language the universe understands. Next, we explore the anatomy of your signal. If embodiment is what the field reads, what exactly is that signal made of? Let's unpack the invisible ingredients of your broadcast. Your beliefs, your emotional truth, and your somatic state. Because now, it's time to meet the real machinery behind your outcomes. Now that you understand the universe speaks only one language, embodied frequency, you need to see what builds that frequency at the root level. The field reads your state, and your state is your signal. It's not a single thought. It's not a single feeling. It's the total energetic composition of your being in this exact moment. Let's define this clearly. Your state is the blend of your core beliefs, conscious and unconscious. Emotional tone, not mood tone. Physiological baseline, breath, posture, nervous system regulation. Energetic integrity, congruence across systems. All of these ingredients combine into one unified broadcast. And the universe mirrors that total signal, not the part you wish it was picking up. This explains why you can say all the right things and still manifest more chaos. Because if your nervous system is dysregulated, if your emotional body is filled with suppressed fear, if your subconscious is anchored in lack, your words are irrelevant. The signal overrides them. Let's look at beliefs first. Your core beliefs are not what you say they are. They're what you actually expect. They're what you assume when no one's watching. They're the truths that feel so normal you don't even question them. That's what you're broadcasting. And because beliefs shape your emotional baseline, your body absorbs and emits those beliefs as chemical signals. If you believe, "I'm not safe," you emit hypervigilance. If you believe people abandon me, you emit preemptive loss. If you believe money is hard to keep, you emit tension and contraction. And then the field reflects those signals right back. Not because it's punishing you, because it's reading you. Now let's move to emotional tone. This isn't about emotional spikes. You can feel joy for a few minutes without changing your baseline. What matters is your dominant tone, the emotional climate your body lives in most of the time. Some people live in tension. Some live in anticipation. Some live in numbness. Whatever your default tone is, that's what the field is mirroring into your life. Your signal is not shaped by what you feel once. It's shaped by what you've normalized. That's why breakthroughs don't come from temporary inspiration. They come from sustained coherence in a new emotional tone. And this can't be forced. It must be regulated into. Which brings us to the nervous system. Your body is the antenna, and your nervous system is the dial. If your system is stuck in survival, fight, flight, freeze, you cannot emit a frequency of abundance, connection, or peace, no matter how positive your thoughts are, because your body doesn't believe them, and the field reads the body. This is why healing your state at a somatic level is not extra, it's essential. When your body is regulated, it becomes safe to hold new beliefs. It becomes safe to feel joy. It becomes safe to receive. And that changes your signal. The final ingredient is energetic integrity. This is where it all comes together. You can't hold conflicting inputs and expect a stable output. If you desire one thing but make decisions from fear, you create static. If you long for love but betray your truth to avoid rejection, you split your signal. If you want expansion but stay in environments that shrink you, you fracture your frequency. Energetic integrity means your desires, your boundaries, your actions, your emotions, and your choices agree. That agreement creates power. That agreement is your true signal. This is why congruence is the master key. Your state doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be honest, aligned, stable, because the field is not looking for high vibration. It's looking for coherence. It's looking for clarity. It's looking for you to stop arguing with yourself long enough to become a unified broadcast. When you get that right, the universe doesn't hesitate. It doesn't delay. It simply reflects, not because you earned it, because you matched it. Now that you understand your state is your signal, next we unpack what happens when you try to override that signal with performance. Because pretending isn't neutral, it's energetically expensive. And it creates consequences in the quantum mirror you cannot afford. You now understand that your state is your signal. It's not random. It's not theoretical. It's an active broadcast, built from your emotional tone, your beliefs, your nervous system, and your energetic integrity. So what happens when you try to project something that doesn't match that internal state? You pay. You don't pay in dollars. You pay in energy, in clarity, in impact, in momentum, in presence, and eventually in results. Because pretending always comes at a cost. This cost is invisible at first. That's why it's deceptive. Pretending feels like it works, briefly. Maybe people like the polished version of you. Maybe the high-performance persona lands you the job, the client, the applause. Maybe the spiritual mask gets you praise in the self-help world. Maybe your carefully curated brand is met with external success. But behind that, something is being drained. Quietly, constantly. And that something is you. Here's what pretending actually does. It splits your energy. Creates fragmentation. It forces your system to maintain two signals. The one you actually carry, and the one you're projecting. That dual signal state is unsustainable. It burns your reserves. It disrupts your focus. It weakens your presence. And most importantly, it sends the field a scrambled message. The result? Confusion in your life. Stop-start cycles. Mixed outcomes. Disconnection from your own center. A chronic feeling that you're off, even when things look fine. This is not an abstract consequence. It is neurological, physiological, energetic. Let's break it down further. When you pretend whether to look more evolved, more successful, more happy, more together, you create internal friction. That friction is subtle at first, but over time it becomes your norm. Your nervous system now lives in a state of performance tension. Your breath becomes shallow. Your awareness fragments. Your sense of authenticity diminishes. And eventually, your access to real intuition disappears because you're no longer rooted in truth. You're managing optics. Pretending disconnects you from your own power source. It disconnects you from the field's accurate response mechanism. It disconnects you from resonance. So even if you achieve goals while pretending, you'll feel empty after. Even if you create success, it won't stick. Even if people love the version of you you're showing, you won't feel loved because they're not seeing you. And the field is reflecting them, not you. Because that's the signal you sent. Let's be clear. Pretending isn't just about performance in front of others. It's often far more internal than that. You can be alone in a room and still be pretending. telling yourself you're fine when you're not, pushing yourself to stay high vibe when your nervous system is begging for stillness, forcing gratitude when what you actually feel is grief. These are the subtle betrayals that cost you the most, because now, even your inner dialogue is rejecting your current truth. That rejection fragments your power. That fragmentation disrupts your broadcast. And the universe responds to that distortion with one thing: resistance. Why? Because the field reflects the dominant signal. And in the presence of pretending, the dominant signal is incoherence. This is why pretending can make things worse. Tells the field, I don't trust my truth. I believe my current self isn't enough. I need to mask who I really am to get what I want. And guess what the universe mirrors? Experiences that reinforce exactly those beliefs. More relationships where you feel unseen. More effort with fewer results. More pressure to keep up the act. And eventually, burnout. Pretending is expensive because it never pays what it promises. Promises safety. It delivers shame. Promises approval. It delivers isolation. Promises control. It delivers chaos. And it always comes with interest. So what's the alternative? Honesty. Not emotional exhibitionism. Not oversharing. Not victim narratives. Simple, energetic truth. This is where I am. This is what's real. This is what I feel. This is what's present in my body. That truth, even if uncomfortable, has zero cost. In fact, it recharges you. Because now you're not splitting your signal. You're consolidating it. That consolidation restores your clarity. Your nervous system relaxes. Your body breathes again. Your intuition comes online. And the field? It can finally hear you. Now this doesn't mean you stop showing up. It doesn't mean you sit in a corner until you're perfectly aligned. It means you stop lying. To yourself. To others. To the field. Because the only signal the universe responds to is the one that's true. Not idealized. Not curated. Not polished. Just real. So the next time you're tempted to pretend, pause. Ask, is this true for me right now? Is my energy aligned with what I'm about to say? Am I projecting something to gain, hide, or prove? And if the answer is yes, don't shame it. Just shift it. Return to truth. Even if that truth is, I don't know. Even if that truth is, I feel lost. Even if that truth is, I want to be in a different state, but I'm not there yet. That kind of honesty has power, because the universe knows what to do with it. Next, we look at what happens when you stop splitting your signal and start aligning all of your internal systems into one resonant frequency. Because now, it's time to explore the one state the universe can't resist. Coherence. You've just seen how pretending splits your energy and drains your power, creates distortion, confusion, resistance. It breaks the clarity of your signal, leaving the universe nothing clear to respond to. But the moment you stop pretending, when your mind, emotions, body, and energy align, you enter a completely different state. That state is coherence. And coherence is the real secret behind manifestation. Coherence means that every part of you is speaking the same language. No contradiction, no conflict, no cross-wiring. Just one frequency, whole, unified, resonant. This is the state where the field doesn't hesitate. Because there's no static, no confusion, no noise, just signal. Here's what coherence looks like. Your thoughts say, I am ready. Your emotions say, I believe this is possible. Your body says, I feel safe receiving it. Your actions say, I'm willing to move with it. When those four voices are saying the same thing, your life begins to change. Because now the universe is receiving a crystal clear instruction. Yes, align with this frequency. Reflect it back. This is why people can spend years working on themselves and still be stuck. They're doing mindset work, but their body is locked in freeze. They're saying affirmations, but their actions scream fear. They're visualizing the outcome, but secretly expect it to fail. That's not manifestation. That's contradiction. And contradiction is not coherent. The reason coherence is so powerful is because of how resonance works. When two things share a frequency, they amplify each other. They begin to move in harmony. They exchange energy. So when your internal state is coherent, it begins to pull external experiences into that resonance. It doesn't chase. It doesn't force. It doesn't hustle. It attracts, not through effort, but through clarity. Coherence is magnetic, not in the fluffy, overused sense, but in the literal sense because matching frequencies gravitate toward each other. The field isn't being manipulated, it's simply being matched. That's the power of coherence. Let's bring this into daily life. Say you want to manifest a new opportunity. If your mind believes you're capable, but your body tightens at the thought of visibility, and your emotions still carry the trauma of past failure, then what is the field receiving? Static. It doesn't know what to reflect. So it either sends you more confusion or nothing at all. But when every part of you says, I'm ready, I'm safe, I trust this, I act from that truth, the field responds, not out of favor, but out of frequency. Coherence doesn't guarantee that results show up instantly, but it does guarantee that your signal is heard clearly. And when it is, the field must respond. It has no choice. That's quantum law. So how do you create coherence? Not by force, not by faking alignment, but by listening to what isn't yet coherent and integrating it. That means finding the belief that contradicts the goal, feeling the emotion that blocks the flow, relaxing the body that doesn't feel safe yet, owning the part of you that's afraid to receive. Coherence is not a performance. It's the natural byproduct of integration. You can't force coherence, but you can create the conditions for it. By creating safety, by practicing self-trust, by honoring the truth of where you are, by making small, consistent choices that reinforce the desired state. When all parts of you are on board, that's when energy flows. That's when action becomes effortless. That's when the universe stops resisting you, because you've stopped resisting yourself. Coherence is the missing key to manifestation because coherence is clarity, and clarity is power. When you become a unified signal, the field can finally do what it was always designed to do: reflect you with accuracy. Next, we look at something most people never realize: that you are always manifesting. Not just when you're aligned, but even when you're in distortion. Because the field doesn't turn off. And when you're incoherent, it doesn't stop reflecting. It just reflects what you don't want. Let's see why congruence isn't optional. It's the only game being played. There's a misconception that manifestation is something you do. That it begins the moment you sit down to visualize or write in your journal. That it switches on when you speak affirmations or set your intention. But here's the truth that most people never hear. You are always manifesting, even when you're not trying, even when you're not conscious of it, even when you're in resistance, fear, self-doubt, or shame. The field doesn't start responding when you become spiritual. It doesn't wait for your vision board to be finished. It doesn't switch on after you meditate. It's always reading, always reflecting, always responding. This is where many people feel betrayed by the universe. They say things like, "But I was working so hard on my mindset. I've been saying affirmations for months. I visualized every day. I prayed. I believed. I stayed positive." And still, their lives reflect limitation, frustration, and stagnation. Not because they weren't manifesting, but because they were manifesting from misalignment. The field doesn't respond to your intentions. It responds to your state. And your state doesn't take breaks. That means if your dominant internal state is scarcity, then no matter how many abundance mantras you chant, you're manifesting from lack. If your dominant emotional tone is guilt, then even when you're working toward your goals, the field is reflecting guilt. If your nervous system is stuck in survival, then even if your mind is focused on joy, the field mirrors survival. This is not a failure. It's just how the system works. This is why most results don't come from trying. because trying is often just another word for struggling inside of misalignment. You don't need to try to manifest. You're doing it right now. The question isn't, how do I manifest? The real question is, what am I manifesting from? Because your current experience is a direct mirror of your most consistent inner frequency. Not your hopes, not your vision, not your morning routine, but your ongoing, day-to-day state. Let's look at a simple analogy. Your body is a tuning fork. Every cell emits a frequency. Every belief shapes that frequency. Every emotion reinforces it. The field picks up on that frequency like a radio tower, and it reflects it into your life. Not to judge you, not to punish you, but to respond, to match, to reflect. If your tuning fork is humming with fear, then the external becomes a mirror of fear. If it hums with clarity, peace, grounded confidence, that's what the field echoes. No pauses, no exceptions. This means your life is not a mystery. It's a feedback loop. Whatever's happening in your world, over time, over patterns, is telling you exactly what frequency you're living in. And that feedback is invaluable. Because if you're manifesting from misalignment, the field will keep reflecting misaligned experiences until you get the signal and adjust the source. Misalignment doesn't mean you're broken. It means your inner systems are not working together. Maybe your mind is trying to create wealth, but your body still associates money with pain. Maybe your heart wants love, but your identity still holds rejection trauma. Maybe you want visibility, but deep down you don't feel safe being seen. That's misalignment. And when misalignment is your baseline, then no matter how much effort you exert, you're manifesting more of that energetic tension. There's no pause button on manifestation. There's only alignment or contradiction. You're always calling in something, even when you're resisting it, even when you're unaware of it. The question is whether what you're calling in matches what you say you want or reflects what you're afraid of. This is not a reason to panic. It's a reason to listen, because your external reality is showing you exactly where your signal is out of tune. You don't need to guess what's going on inside of you. Just look around. Your life will tell you. And that's good news because it means you can correct the signal. You can shift from manifesting from contraction to manifesting from coherence. So how do you begin that shift? Start with responsibility. Not blame, not shame, not guilt. Just the clear acknowledgement. Yes, I've been sending mixed signals. Yes, I've been trying to manifest from fear. Yes, I've been calling in experiences that match my wounded patterns. That kind of truth is power. Because once you see it, you can shift it. Not by trying harder. Not by repeating affirmations louder. But by aligning your inner state with the version of you who already lives in the frequency of what you desire. Here's the irony. People think manifestation is about adding something, more mindset work, more scripting, more strategies. But often it's about removing distortion. It's not about stacking practices. It's about dissolving resistance. And resistance lives in misalignment. When you realize you're always manifesting, the entire game changes. Because now, every moment becomes a creative moment. Every thought, every feeling, every choice is part of your broadcast. And when you make that conscious, you reclaim your role as the signal, not just the receiver. You stop asking, why hasn't the universe given it to me yet? And you start asking, what is my signal saying right now? Because now you understand, the field always answers, but it only ever answers to your signal. Next, we face a common cultural teaching that's done more harm than good. You now see that pretending splits your energy and that misalignment still manifests. Now, we'll break apart one of the most popular and dangerous ideas that's keeping people stuck in performance and confusion. The myth of fake it till you make it. This phrase has been repeated so many times, it's become gospel. Fake it till you make it. Say the right thing, dress the part, hold the pose, walk with confidence, even if you're crumbling inside. The idea is that if you just act successful long enough, you'll eventually become successful. If you pretend to be confident long enough, you'll eventually be confident. But here's the uncomfortable truth. You can't pretend your way into embodiment. You can't perform your way into alignment. You can't trick the field into believing something your system hasn't actually stabilized. Because pretending isn't progress. It's energetic noise. Fake it till you make it doesn't make you congruent. It trains your body to associate success with stress. It reinforces the belief that who you are right now isn't enough. It conditions your system to equate confidence with suppression. It may look good on the outside, but internally it breeds fragmentation. Let's look at what actually happens when you fake a state. Your nervous system enters contradiction. Your breath changes. Your body tightens. Your mind works overtime to maintain the performance. And that sends a very loud signal to the field. This isn't real. This is not integrated. This is still survival. And that's what gets reflected. People say, well, if I just act like I already have the thing, it'll come faster. But acting like you have it without actually holding the internal frequency is just cosplay. It's theater. And the universe doesn't respond to theater. It responds to truth. Now, there is a nuanced truth here. There's a difference between embodying your future self and pretending to be someone you're not. The first one is authentic. Comes from alignment. It means bringing the energy of the future into the present moment. The second is artificial. Comes from fear. It says, I don't believe I am enough, so I'll become someone else temporarily. And that's the difference between coherence and performance. Fake it till you make it tells you to perform your way into alignment. But performance is never congruent. It's always based on control, on managing perception, on managing yourself. And the moment you start managing perception, you leave presence. And once you leave presence, you disconnect from your real signal. So instead of collapsing new timelines, you're reinforcing your current one, just with more pressure. When you fake a state, your body knows. Your subconscious knows. The field knows. So you end up manifesting more of the internal conflict behind the act. It's why so many people chase success and feel more empty the closer they get. They weren't creating from embodiment. They were acting. And eventually, the act collapses. True transformation doesn't happen because you pretended hard enough. It happens when you remove the blocks that kept you pretending in the first place. When you return to the version of you that doesn't need to fake it, because you're finally in coherence. Not because you became someone else, but because you remembered who you are underneath the performance. So here's the invitation. Stop performing your future. Start becoming it. Stop faking the signal. Start living it. Your future doesn't need to be acted out. It needs to be integrated. And integration is not a show. It's a surrender. That means if you feel fear, don't fake courage. Create safety. If you feel lack, don't fake abundance. Dissolve scarcity. If you feel small, don't fake power. Reclaim your truth. Every time you stop pretending and start aligning, you become congruent. And congruence is the only state that creates real momentum. Because now you're no longer signaling, I'm trying to get there. You're signaling, I am there. And the field responds. Next, we reveal what the field is truly obeying. You've now seen why pretending is costly and misalignment still manifests. Now it's time to decode the root-level signal, the silent command you're constantly broadcasting through your very identity. By now, you've seen the cost of pretending. You've seen that the field doesn't respond to what you want. It responds to who you are being. Now it's time to ask a much deeper question. Who exactly are you being? Not who you say you are. Not who you hope to be. Not who you perform as on social media. But who you actually are in your identity field. Because at the core of every manifestation, every action, every outcome, is identity. And identity is the command. Let's be clear. Your identity is not just the name you go by or the roles you play. It's the energetic structure of self that determines everything. What you believe you deserve. What you allow yourself to receive. What you subconsciously avoid. What you feel safe embodying. What you expect from reality. Your identity is the deepest, most stable broadcast you emit. It's not conscious thought. It's not emotional highs. It's not temporary motivation. It's the frequency underneath all of it. And the field takes its orders directly from there. So when you're not getting what you want in life, don't just ask, "What am I thinking?" Ask, "What identity am I commanding from?" Because your identity is always in charge. It's shaping your behavior, your choices, your energy, your attraction point. And it's sending a constant message to the universe. This is who I am. Reflect this back. Here's how this plays out in real life. If your identity is still rooted in, "I am overlooked," then even if you shout for attention, you will be energetically hidden. If your identity is, "I am always fixing things," then even in calm environments you will attract chaos, because your signal is coded to be relevant only when something is broken. If your identity is, "I am unworthy of ease," then the moment something starts flowing, your system will sabotage it because ease doesn't match your command. You're not manifesting from desire. You're manifesting from identity. Desire is fleeting. Identity is magnetic. This is why you can desire something with all your heart and still never experience it. Because if your identity contradicts your desire, the field will side with identity every time. Not because it's punishing you, because it's reading your most stable frequency. Let's explore this through another lens. Identity forms through repetition, environment, emotional charge, and survival programming. Most of it was shaped long before you were conscious of it, which means you might be living through an identity you didn't choose, but are still broadcasting. If your nervous system learned early on that being quiet kept you safe, you may carry the identity of, "I am not allowed to be loud." If your emotional body learned that love had to be earned, you may carry the identity of, "I am valuable only when I overgive." These identity patterns run your signal, and they shape how the field reflects your world back to you. So now comes the real work. You must become conscious of what you're commanding through the identity you've normalized. Because if the field mirrors identity, then manifestation becomes an inside-out game of becoming. You're not waiting for the thing. You're becoming the version of you who naturally lives in resonance with it. That version doesn't have to fake it. It doesn't have to manipulate outcomes. It doesn't have to force change. Because that version emits a signal that makes the outcome inevitable. This is why Decide and Embody works. When you choose a new identity and then bring your mind, body, and energy into alignment with that choice, you're changing the command. And the universe listens, not to your words, but to the shift in your foundational frequency. Because now you're not hoping, you're not asking, you're being. And the field doesn't argue with embodiment. It responds. So take inventory. Ask, what identity do I broadcast in silence? What story does my body believe about me? What emotional baseline supports that story? What actions reinforce it daily? And then ask, what identity must I step into for my next timeline to become real? When you answer those questions with truth, not optimism, but truth, you begin rewriting the broadcast. And once the identity command changes, everything changes. Next, we pull back the curtain even further, not into metaphors but into science. You've now understood identity as the root signal. Let's now ground that truth in quantum physics and explore what the science actually says about your power to shape reality. Not through belief, but through observation and coherence. There's been a lot of talk over the years about quantum physics in spiritual circles. But most of that talk has been incomplete or just misunderstood entirely. This chapter is not about buzzwords. It's about what quantum physics actually shows us and what it reveals about your relationship to reality. Because once you understand the real mechanics at play, everything you've learned so far takes on a new level of precision. Let's start with the basics. In classical physics, reality is objective. Things exist independently of you. A tree falls whether or not you're there to witness it. But quantum physics challenges that view. It shows us that, at the smallest levels of reality, subatomic particles, consciousness is not a passive observer. It is a participant, and in some cases, the deciding factor in how reality behaves. The most famous experiment is the double-slit experiment. A particle behaves like a wave, spread out, probabilistic until it is observed. When observed, it behaves like a particle, solid, measurable, definitive. The act of observation collapses the wave of possibilities into one single outcome. So what's doing the collapsing? You, your attention, your awareness, your presence, which means you are not watching reality unfold. You are shaping it through observation. Now here's where things get even more interesting. The field doesn't just respond to any observation. It responds to conscious observation. And consciousness isn't just mental focus. It's embodied awareness. It's presence. It's coherence. Which brings us full circle. If your observation is fractured, if your energy is scattered, your emotions suppressed, your beliefs incoherent, then your observation doesn't collapse reality powerfully, because it lacks resonance. But when you become a coherent observer, when your mind, body, energy, and intention align, your observation is like a laser, penetrates the field, collapses probabilities. It commands outcomes. This isn't mystical thinking. It's measurable. When a coherent system, like a human heart in a regulated state, broadcasts rhythmic signals, it influences nearby systems into resonance. This is coherence as physics. And you are the source. So now we reframe everything. You're not trying to manifest. You are collapsing outcomes through the precision of your observation. And the clarity of your observation depends entirely on your state. Because the field responds not just to whether you're looking, but how you're looking. Are you observing from fear? You collapse the outcome tied to fear. Are you observing from coherence? You collapse the outcome aligned with that coherence. This is why people say, I visualized it and it didn't work. Because they were visualizing from dissonance, from craving, from doubt. That's not observation. That's desperation. And desperation doesn't collapse a desired timeline. It collapses one that reflects craving. So if you want to use the power of the quantum field, stop thinking it's about seeing with your eyes closed. Start realizing it's about how you are being while observing. Because being is the medium of communication. And observation is the vehicle. When they combine in harmony, timelines shift. Not slowly. Immediately. Now here's another powerful truth from quantum theory. Entangled particles, no matter how far apart, can instantly influence each other. That means distance doesn't exist the way we thought it did. That means separation is not fundamental. And that means your internal state is not isolated. When you shift internally, you influence what you call external reality. Because the boundary between self and environment is porous. You are not just a node in the system. You are the system, influencing itself. The implications of this are enormous. It means that when you align with a new frequency inside, the field has to reconfigure itself around you. Not because you forced it, not because you manipulated it, but because you are it. And in quantum mechanics, being is the collapse mechanism. Being is what makes the unseen become seen. You've been told you're just a person trying to make your life better. But the truth is far more powerful. You are a field of energy, awareness, identity, and observation, constantly shaping the probabilistic soup of reality into form. When that field is scattered, results are scattered. When that field is coherent, reality obeys. Because that's not philosophy. It's quantum law. Next, we explore how your observation becomes amplified through embodiment. What actually happens when the observer is not fractured, but fully aligned. Let's see how integration of self creates more than clarity. It creates undeniable shifts in your reality, starting with the next breath. Now that you understand what quantum physics actually reveals about your role in shaping reality, it's time to bring that knowledge into focus. You've seen that the act of observation collapses possibility into reality. You've seen that your awareness is not passive. It is participatory. It is directive. But there's a layer even deeper, and this is where most people miss the entire point. Observation is not just looking. It's not watching with intensity. It's not hoping something happens as you focus on it. Observation is most powerful when the observer is embodied. Because when the observer is fractured, the field gets a fractured signal. This is the real observer effect. Not just visualizing a possibility, not just focusing hard, but embodying the frequency of the observer who already lives in the reality you're intending to create. Because it's not just that you're observing the field is observing you, and it responds based on what you are, not just what you're paying attention to. Let's unpack this further. The observer effect shows us that attention affects outcome. But attention is not limited to thought. Real attention is a full-body experience. Your thoughts, your nervous system, your subconscious expectations, your emotional field, all of that is part of how you observe. That means you're not just observing with your eyes or your mind. You're observing with your state. And when your observation is scattered, ungrounded, or filled with internal contradiction, the field mirrors that back. Not to punish you, but to reflect the signal you've offered. So the real shift happens when you embody the observer. Not just think like them, not just act like them, but become them. The one who's not watching for results from a place of doubt, but witnessing from a place of knowing. This is the difference between someone who tries to manifest and someone who becomes the living signal of the outcome. One is performance. The other is embodiment in action. Let's bring this into a practical example. Let's say you're focused on creating more financial flow. You start visualizing abundance. You set intentions. You repeat affirmations. But the whole time your body is tense. Your gut is tight. You feel urgency. You're watching your bank account like it's a time bomb. You're observing, but the observation is fractured. It's not coherent. So the field doesn't reflect your affirmation. It reflects your state. And your state is, I'm not safe. I need this to work. I'm watching with desperation. That is the actual command. Now let's shift it. What does embodiment look like here? It looks like breathing deeply. It looks like trusting your current enoughness. It looks like aligning your actions with someone who's not operating from panic. It looks like choosing emotional neutrality instead of obsessively checking for outcomes. That state, calm, grounded, aligned, is a coherent observation. And the universe responds. Because now you're not watching with fear. You're witnessing from truth. Embodiment changes how you observe. Because when you're embodied, you're no longer just thinking about outcomes. You're no longer reaching for a result. You are the result in motion, and your presence speaks louder than your plans. That presence is what the field mirrors. So many people misunderstand the observer effect. They think it means, just think about something and it will happen. But quantum response doesn't come from a surface-level gaze. It comes from internal coherence. Because it's not the observation alone that alters reality. It's who is doing the observing. And if the observer is misaligned, the field reflects misalignment. If the observer is embodied, the field responds with symmetry. This is why embodiment is not optional in quantum manifestation. It is the very mechanism that gives your observation weight. It makes your presence heavy enough to bend timelines. It stabilizes the frequencies that call new realities into form. It brings gravity to your attention. And gravity is what collapses possibility into physical form. Let's ground this further. You've probably heard the phrase, you don't get what you want. You get who you are. That's not philosophy. That's quantum mechanics. Because who you are is the observer. And that observer is constantly shaping the field. So ask yourself, who am I being as I look at my goals? Am I observing from lack or wholeness? Am I watching with fear or stability? Am I collapsing outcomes through trust or tension? These are not soft questions. They're technical questions. Because the field doesn't speak language. It speaks state. And your state becomes the quality of your observation. Next, we explore why so many people stay stuck between versions of themselves, why they try to shift, yet nothing moves. Now that you've seen what true observation demands, let's reveal the cost of indecision. Let's look at superposition and how your inability to commit to a new identity keeps you trapped in an invisible prison. You've learned now that your observation shapes reality, but only when it's embodied, coherent, and grounded in truth. But what happens when your observation is split? When you're not fully inside one identity, but also not fully leaving the old one? When you're not embodying a clear signal, but lingering between two? That's called superposition. And it's why so many people feel stuck. In quantum mechanics, superposition refers to a particle existing in multiple potential states simultaneously, until it's observed. Once observed, the wave collapses into one outcome. A decision is made. Reality is chosen. But many people try to live inside superposition. They want the new, but they haven't let go of the old. They want to change, but they're still energetically attached to the comfort of their current identity. They speak the new frequency, but behave from the old one. That's the limbo. That's the trap. In this state, you are not congruent, and the field reflects that indecision. So nothing moves. You get glimpses, but no stability. You get taste, but no integration. Because the field is waiting for your collapse, your full commitment to a single reality. Let's be clear. You cannot partially become. You cannot test embodiment. You cannot hedge bets with quantum law. The field does not respond to hesitance. It responds to embodiment. And embodiment is all in. Here's how superposition looks in real life. You say you want a loving relationship, but you still entertain emotionally unavailable partners. You claim to want wealth, but you operate from a lack identity. You declare leadership, but you avoid responsibility. This is not a moral failure. This is a signal split. And split signals create stuck realities. Superposition is seductive because it feels safe. You don't have to fully risk anything. You don't fully let go. You don't fully leap. But in exchange for that comfort, you sacrifice movement. The universe can't reflect a reality you haven't fully chosen. So how do you collapse the wave? With embodied decision. This means you choose the identity and act from it immediately. You make moves that support that version, not the old one. You stop reinforcing the previous version of yourself with your choices, language, and environments. And when the collapse happens, when the signal becomes clear, the field shifts. Not slowly, not partially, but fully, because now it has something to respond to. This is why people can feel stuck for years. Not because they're lazy, not because they're not doing the work, but because they're trying to maintain two frequencies simultaneously. They're in superposition, and they're unwilling to collapse the identity. You cannot become a new version of yourself while still protecting the old one. Collapse is uncomfortable. It requires grief. It demands surrender. It will dismantle your familiar patterns. But without collapse, no new timeline can stabilize. Because you haven't told the field who you are yet. And until you do, it has no reflection to mirror. So ask yourself, what am I still clinging to? Where am I refusing to fully choose? What fear is keeping me from collapsing the old version of me? Where am I pretending to move forward, but energetically looking back? These questions will expose your limbo. And when you see your limbo, you can collapse it. Through action, through alignment, through letting go. The field doesn't wait, but it will mirror your waiting. And it doesn't delay you. It reflects your delay in becoming. You must collapse. You must choose. You must commit. Only then does reality reorganize. Next, we continue unfolding the quantum architecture of your being by exploring what happens when your energy becomes entangled. Not just with your own field, but with others. Now that you understand superposition, we move into quantum entanglement, and why emotional resonance is never just yours alone. You've just uncovered the truth about superposition. That staying stuck in between is a choice, a refusal to collapse into the version of yourself that the universe can respond to. But even when you collapse your own frequency, there's a deeper layer of reality you need to understand, one that most people completely overlook. You're not the only signal in the field. Your frequency doesn't exist in a vacuum. It's part of a larger web, because every emotion you carry, every thought you activate, every relationship you hold, entangles you. And that entanglement doesn't stop at the energetic level. It creates real outcomes in your world. Quantum entanglement is a phenomenon where two particles, no matter how far apart, become linked in such a way that the state of one directly affects the state of the other instantly. The connection is not local, it's not logical, it's not bound by space. It's instant. Now apply this to your emotional body, to your relationships, to your environment, to your energetic field, because you are entangled not just with people, but with ideas, traumas, stories, patterns, and timelines. And these entanglements are influencing your frequency every second. Not subtly, not occasionally, but constantly. Here's what this means. You can be working toward coherence. You can be aligning your signal. You can be regulating your nervous system. But if you remain entangled with chaotic fields that contradict your new frequency, your progress will feel like wading through mud. Because the field you're trying to rise into is being distorted by the field you're still tied to. This shows up in emotional dynamics first. If you're entangled with someone who is constantly anchored in fear, and you remain emotionally enmeshed with that person, you don't just feel their emotions, you begin to carry them. You begin to collapse possibilities not from your signal, but from the entangled one. And that collapse shapes your outcomes. Entanglement doesn't care if your intentions are good. It reflects the truth of your connections. Because whatever you are emotionally fused with, you are vibrationally accountable to. That accountability doesn't just impact your state. It defines what you attract, what you resist, and what patterns you repeat. Not because you're broken, because you're bound. Now let's look at the different types of entanglement. 1. Emotional entanglement. This is when you consistently feel what's not yours. You carry someone else's fear, guilt, grief, or urgency. You feel responsible for their outcomes, mood, or healing. This entanglement distorts your emotional baseline, and with it, your signal. 2. Mental entanglement. You adopt beliefs that aren't yours, usually from social conditioning, family patterns, or collective fear. You think you're thinking your own thoughts, but you're not. You're entangled with inherited narratives that lower your frequency and limit your timeline access. 3. Somatic entanglement. Your body reacts to environments, people, or spaces with patterns that don't originate from your truth. You tighten, shrink, or dissociate not because of your present moment, but because of your link to past fields. That link pulls your signal backward. 4. Identity entanglement. You unconsciously maintain a version of yourself in order to stay in someone else's life. You keep yourself small so they don't feel threatened. You mute your desires so they're not uncomfortable. You suppress your power so they won't leave. This is the most expensive form of entanglement, because it overrides your own command signal entirely. To be clear, entanglement is not inherently negative. The problem isn't connection. The problem is unconscious fusion. It's when your frequency is no longer your own. It's when you can't tell where you end and someone else begins. It's when your outcomes are being co-authored by emotional contracts you didn't even realize you signed. And the field? It mirrors the entire system, not just you, but everything you're tethered to. This is why you can do the inner work and still feel stuck. You're entangled with misaligned fields. People, identities, beliefs, timelines that no longer resonate with who you're becoming. And unless you clear those bonds, your signal remains distorted. So how do you clear entanglement? You start with clarity. Ask, where am I carrying what's not mine? Whose energy do I keep trying to process for them? What belief still controls me, even though I know it's false? Where am I still available for relationships that drain me? Then comes choice. You must choose to retrieve your signal, to release what isn't yours, to allow the old entanglements to dissolve, even if it feels unfamiliar, even if it means loss, even if it means saying no to what's comfortable. Because entanglement often hides behind familiarity. But familiarity isn't resonance. And comfort is not coherence. The moment you claim back your frequency, something massive happens. Your field recalibrates. Your emotional tone stabilizes. Your clarity increases. Your timeline cleans itself up. Because now the field has you. not a network of hidden distortions pretending to be you. Just your signal, clear, centered, complete. And that's what the universe can finally respond to. Next, we examine how resonance shapes every outcome in your life. Now that you've seen the invisible pull of entanglement, we take it one step further. Because resonance isn't just about connection, it's about reality itself echoing your signal back to you. Let's break down how the mirror really works. You've now seen how emotional and energetic entanglements shape your signal, even when you're unaware of them. But what happens when your field becomes clear? When you've retrieved your frequency? When you're no longer fused with distortion? That's when resonance takes over. And resonance is the law the mirror obeys. The resonance principle is simple, like attracts like, not in a fluffy or motivational sense, but in a literal, energetic sense. Every system vibrates at a frequency. Every emotion, every belief, every thought emits a tone. And the universe, through the quantum field, is constantly matching tones. That match is what you experience as your reality. If you're in a frequency of guilt, you don't just feel bad, you attract situations that reinforce guilt. If you're in a frequency of trust, you don't just feel peace, you collapse timelines that support trust. If you're in a frequency of uncertainty, the field doesn't punish you, it echoes uncertainty. That echo is your mirror. Your life is not happening to you, it's happening from you, through resonance. This isn't philosophy. This is physics. Your state is the signal. Resonance is the delivery mechanism. And outcomes are the reflection. Now here's the key. The mirror doesn't reflect what you wish it did. It reflects what you consistently are. That means you don't get to say, I deserve more, while living in the frequency of unworthiness. The mirror won't change because you yell louder. It changes when your frequency shifts. Because the mirror isn't personal. It's precise. Here's what this looks like in real time. If you've shifted your internal signal but your outer life still looks the same, don't panic. Because reality operates on resonance lag. Meaning, the new signal has to become stable long enough for the reflection to adjust. You don't plant a seed and expect a forest the next morning. But you do water it with faith that it's working because the frequency has changed. That faith is resonance maintenance. And maintenance creates momentum. But the opposite is also true. If you shift your signal for a day, and then revert to your old emotional baseline, the mirror doesn't have time to reflect the new tone. This is why people feel like nothing's working. Because their frequency isn't stable. It's reactive. It's fragile. And the field can't reflect a frequency that keeps changing out of fear. So resonance becomes the real measure. Not how much you want something, not how often you talk about it, but how deeply your signal holds it without wavering. When you become resonance stable, the mirror becomes obedience stable. Let's go deeper. Resonance doesn't just reflect your internal state in abstract ways. It shows up in specifics. The people you attract mirror your emotional patterns. The opportunities you receive match your belief systems. The income you generate reflects your self-value. The problems you face mirror unresolved aspects of your own energy. This is not a punishment. It's a diagnostic tool. Because once you realize the mirror is perfect, you stop blaming it and start reading it. Ask yourself, what is this situation trying to show me about my frequency? What emotional loop am I unconsciously broadcasting? What belief system is this person reflecting back to me? What inner tone is creating this outer feedback? These questions make you sovereign again, because they remind you you're not waiting for a better mirror. You're becoming a better signal. And that's the entire game. Change the frequency. Stabilize the resonance. Watch the reflection bend. Not because you forced it, because you aligned with it. Next, we move into the experience of what true embodiment actually feels like. You've now seen the mirror. You've seen the reflection of your frequency. Now it's time to explore how you know when you're finally living in truth, and how to spot the subtle signals when you're not. You've just seen that resonance governs your mirror. You understand now that your reality doesn't lie. It simply echoes your state. But this raises the next critical question. How do you know when you're truly aligned? How do you know when you're not just thinking positive or trying to be high vibe? How do you actually feel when you're in embodiment? Not intellectually, not conceptually, but viscerally, because embodiment isn't an idea. It's a physical, emotional, energetic experience. And when it's real, you'll feel it. When it's not, you'll feel that too. Let's first understand what embodiment is not. It's not always confidence. It's not perfection. It's not being on all the time. It's not walking around in a perpetual state of spiritual bliss. Embodiment isn't a mood. It's a baseline, a signal that runs through your entire being without effort. It doesn't need to be proved. It doesn't collapse under pressure. It doesn't disappear when external circumstances shift. Because it's not about what's happening around you. It's about what's stabilized inside of you. So what does real embodiment actually feel like? Feels like quiet certainty, deep regulation, internal congruence, clarity without grasping, integrity without effort, energy without urgency. It's not loud. It doesn't demand to be noticed. It simply is. And everyone around you feels it, even if they can't explain why. When you're embodied, you don't chase your desires. You become the version of you that already holds them. You don't project outcomes into the future. You carry their frequency now. You don't need proof to feel aligned. You are the proof. Because your system is no longer looking for outside confirmation. It's running on internal truth. Now let's be real. You can't fake embodiment. And your body knows when you're trying to. Here's what non-embodiment feels like. Anxious over trying. Imposter syndrome. Over-explaining yourself. Seeking validation constantly. Feeling drained after expressing your truth. Thinking you're confident, but avoiding hard conversations. Saying yes when your body is screaming no. These are not flaws. They're signs. Indicators that your current identity is not fully integrated. And pretending it is will cost you energy, clarity, and time. Embodiment, on the other hand, is clean. Even when you're sad. Even when you're grieving. Even when you're scared. Because embodiment is not about always feeling good. It's about being true. It's about showing up as your current, unfiltered self, without apology, without edit, without mask. You'll know you're embodied when your nervous system isn't bracing anymore. When your energy is no longer reaching. When you don't need to convince anyone of anything. When you speak from your center, not from your wounds. When you act, not react. And most of all, when you feel the calm of alignment, even before anything around you changes. This is embodiment in motion. You make decisions that match your truth, not your fear. You hold your ground without trying to dominate. You walk into the room and don't shrink. You ask for what you want without justification. You rest when your body asks without guilt. And you know when it's time to move and when it's time to stop. This isn't a performance. It's coherence. So how do you access this? First, you stop reaching. You stop performing. You stop managing optics. Then you listen. You feel your body. You check your breath. You feel the sensation of yes and no in your gut. You start honoring those signals immediately, without second-guessing, without translating them into something more acceptable. That moment, when you choose truth over comfort, that's where embodiment begins. You cannot embody a lie. You can act like someone else. You can copy the moves. You can use the words, but your body won't resonate with it. Your nervous system will betray you. Your voice will tremble. Your tone will wobble. Your presence will dim, because embodiment cannot exist without alignment. Alignment between thought, body, energy, and behavior. And when that happens, when you feel that totality, your presence becomes undeniable. You don't need to say a word. People just feel you. This is not a gift for a few. This is available to you, but only when you stop chasing a version of yourself and start listening to the one that's already here, right now. In the breath you're breathing. That's the beginning of becoming real. Next, we break down what keeps most people from living here. You've now seen how embodiment feels when it's true. But if you're not tuned to your own truth, you'll default to something else. Something inherited, something artificial, something scripted. Let's now expose the internal battle between signal and script. Now that you understand what embodiment feels like and what it doesn't, it's time to reveal why so many people can't stay there. They get glimpses of alignment. They feel flashes of inner clarity. They even taste the ease of congruence. But then something pulls them back. Something subtle. Something silent. Something scripted. Because underneath their truth is programming. And that programming runs scripts. Scripts are not truth. They're defaults. They're protective mechanisms. They're inherited patterns playing out automatically until you consciously disrupt them. Let's define it clearly. A signal is your embodied truth. It's alive. It's current. It's connected to your awareness in the present moment. A script is a pre-recorded pattern. It's predictable. It's outdated. It runs when you disconnect from your body and operate on survival. Your entire internal battle is between these two forces. When you're in your signal, you are magnetic. You speak clearly. You move deliberately. You say yes and no without overthinking. You trust your sensations. You honor your boundaries. You live as your current truth. But when the script takes over, everything shifts. You shrink. You perform. You hesitate. You explain yourself too much. You ignore your intuition. You betray your own knowing to avoid rejection or confrontation. And it happens so fast, you often don't even realize you've left yourself. Scripts don't care about your potential. They care about safety. They are designed to keep you accepted, invisible, small, likable, agreeable, non-threatening, over-responsible, or silent. Because those patterns once protected you. But now, they block you. They mute your signal. You might recognize some of these. The good girl script. Keep the peace. Don't rock the boat. Don't take up too much space. The provider script. Your worth is in what you do for others. Rest is laziness. The imposter script. You're not really qualified. Don't let them see the real you. The self-sabotage script. Every time something good happens, find a way to ruin it before someone else does. The martyr script. If you're not suffering, you're not valuable. These aren't just behaviors. They're energetic filters. They change the quality of your signal and therefore what the field reflects. So how do you break them? You don't fix them. You expose them. You see them running and choose to stay present anyway. Because the moment you observe a script as a script without believing it, you reclaim your signal. That gap of awareness is where your power lives. Let's go deeper. Scripts often show up when you're about to expand. The moment you take up more space, the moment you speak more clearly, the moment you're seen in a bigger way, that's when the scripts turn on. Because expansion threatens the identity they're designed to protect. And unless you recognize them in real time, they'll win. Not by force, but by familiarity. They'll whisper, just do what's safe. Don't risk it. Play it small, just for now. And if you listen, the signal collapses. Here's how to shift. 1. Sensation awareness. When the script activates, your body will tell you. Tension, nausea, dry mouth, shrinking posture. That's your cue. Something scripted is running. 2. Pattern interrupt. Don't negotiate with it. Interrupt it. Pause. Breathe. Speak what's true even if your voice shakes. 3. Recommit to signal. Anchor into your current truth. Not your childhood pattern. Not your cultural conditioning. Not your learned helplessness. But now. Who are you now? 4. Action from signal. Take one action, any action that matches your embodied truth. That signal action collapses the script. Over time, the more you act from signal, the quieter the scripts become. They lose their grip. They lose their power. And your truth gets louder. Not because it changed, but because you finally made space for it. Remember, your signal doesn't need to be perfect. It needs to be real. And your scripts don't need to be feared. They just need to be seen. Once you stop running them, your life stops reflecting them. And the universe starts responding to you, not your programming. Next, we explore the core technology inside your body that shapes, filters, and amplifies your signal. You've now seen the war between signal and script. Now let's look at the nervous system itself, the literal transmission tower of your frequency. Now that you understand the battle between your true signal and inherited scripts, it's time to bring the focus to where it all gets processed, shaped, and broadcasted, your nervous system. Your nervous system isn't just a biological system. It's your primary frequency filter. It doesn't just respond to your environment. It translates your state into a signal. And that signal, regulated or dysregulated, is what the universe reflects. Think of your nervous system like the mixing board in a recording studio. Your beliefs, emotions, and identity are all part of the music you're composing. But the nervous system is what balances the levels, filters the frequencies, and controls the volume. If the board is scrambled or glitching, the music is distorted, no matter how beautifully it's written. Same with your frequency. No matter how clear your desires or visions are, if your nervous system is in survival mode, the output is static. And that's what the universe responds to. Let's go deeper. Your nervous system operates on one primary question at all times. Am I safe? Or am I in danger? This is not a conscious inquiry. It's a biological one. And your system doesn't need logic to answer it. It uses breath patterns, tension, posture, microsignals, and internal chemicals to decide. If it determines you're unsafe, even emotionally or socially, it will shift you into survival mode. Fight, flight, freeze, fawn. And that mode overrides everything, including your signal. You might be saying all the right things. You might be acting from your desired identity. You might be mentally aligned with your future. But if your nervous system is frozen in fear or wired for hypervigilance, your body will override that intention with a different frequency. Not safe, not ready, not allowed. And that's the actual command sent to the field. This is why regulating your nervous system isn't optional. It's foundational. It's not a bonus. It's not self-care. It's energetic architecture. Because if your nervous system is dysregulated, your signal is scrambled. And the universe responds to the dominant signal, your embodied one. Let's look at examples of nervous system states and how they impact your frequency. 1. Fight mode. You're pushing, controlling, micromanaging, trying to force timelines. Your body is tense, your jaw is clenched, and everything feels urgent. The signal? I don't trust. I must make this happen. And the field mirrors back resistance. 2. Flight mode. You're avoiding. You're staying busy. You're never still. You can't tolerate the present moment. The signal? I'm not safe with myself. I can't slow down. And the field reflects that by never letting anything land. 3. Freeze mode. You shut down. You can't make decisions. You're numb. The signal? I'm stuck. I don't have the capacity to move. And the universe mirrors that stagnancy. 4. Fawn mode. You abandon yourself to stay connected to others. You say yes to avoid rejection. You shift your truth to match what's around you. The signal? My truth isn't safe. Approval is survival. And the universe responds by making sure you're never fully seen. You see, it's not just about trauma or history. It's about regulation. When your nervous system is regulated, your signal is stable. And when your signal is stable, the field can finally reflect back what you actually want, not what you're unconsciously broadcasting through fear. This is why real alignment can't happen from the neck up. You can't outthink a dysregulated body. You must retrain your system. You must teach your body what safety feels like without needing external proof. Because the field doesn't wait for your healing to finish. It responds to the state you're in now. So if you keep waiting to feel safe until you get the thing, you'll never get the thing. Because you're signaling not safe. And the field listens. So how do you begin to regulate? Start with presence. Not hours of meditation. Just small moments of being with your body without judgment. Feel your feet. Feel your breath. Notice tension. Soften around it. This isn't about fixing. It's about allowing the body to feel held. Because when your body feels safe, your signal becomes coherent. And coherence is the only language the field answers. Nervous system work isn't glamorous, but it's the difference between temporary manifestations and stable transformation. You can't override dysregulation with desire. You can't positive think your way past fear that's stored in your fascia. You must regulate at the level where the signal is born, your soma, because your body doesn't lie. And when your body finally believes the truth, the field does too. Next, we look at one of the most overlooked pieces in quantum congruence, your emotional integrity. You've now seen how your nervous system shapes your broadcast. Now it's time to explore the role of honesty and emotion, and how pretending to be okay when you're not causes more distortion than you think. There's a critical piece in your frequency makeup that no amount of breath work, strategy, or mindset work can replace. It's not your clarity. It's not your goal setting. It's not your rituals. It's your emotional integrity. And most people are leaking their signal here without even realizing it. Let's get honest. If you are trying to create anything love, impact, wealth, peace, alignment without emotional integrity, the field won't respond the way you want. Not because the universe is judging your feelings, but because the field mirrors your signal. And emotional dishonesty is one of the fastest ways to jam that signal. So what is emotional integrity? It's not dramatic expression. It's not being reactive. It's not trauma dumping. It's the internal alignment between what you feel and what you acknowledge. It means your emotions are allowed to exist in truth, without bypass, suppression, or spiritual editing. When you say you're fine, but feel exhausted, when you perform happiness while carrying resentment, when you push positivity over grief, you're out of integrity, and that gap creates distortion in your field, because you're no longer operating from what's real. You're operating from performance, and the field doesn't reflect performance. It reflects coherence. Let's break this down. Emotion is energy in motion. It's a carrier wave for truth. It's not just a sensation. It's part of your frequency. When that energy is repressed, ignored, or denied, it doesn't disappear. It stagnates, creates static. And that static becomes part of your broadcast. Even if you're saying all the right things, even if you're doing the work, the universe is responding to the unspoken because that's the real frequency. Here's what bypass often sounds like. Everything happens for a reason. It's all love. I just need to focus on the positive. There's no point being upset. It lowers my vibration. These phrases don't create alignment. They create dissonance. Because underneath them is a refusal to feel. And when you refuse to feel, you fracture your signal. And a fractured signal cannot manifest coherence. Here's the truth. Your emotions don't block manifestation. Your dishonesty about them does. Feeling anger doesn't lower your frequency. Suppressing it does. Grieving loss doesn't delay your timeline. Performing healed does. Trying to stay high vibe at the expense of your emotional truth isn't spiritual. It's survival. And it keeps your outcomes inconsistent. So what does emotional integrity look like? Saying, I feel heavy right now, without apologizing for it. Admitting, I'm scared, without collapsing into it. Feeling sadness without turning it into a story. Allowing disappointment without trying to sugarcoat it. It's the raw, uncluttered honesty of your inner world. Not explained, not defended, just owned. This kind of honesty is magnetic, because it brings your entire being into coherence. It tells the field, this is what's real. I'm not pretending. And that truth, however uncomfortable, is clean. And the universe can only mirror what is clean. Here's what happens when you live in emotional integrity. Your body relaxes. Your nervous system regulates. Your energy centers stabilize. And your broadcast becomes powerful, because there's no contradiction. You don't have to perform alignment. You are aligned with what's true. And that is the most powerful state you can ever be in. Next, we explore the raw courage required to live this way. You've now seen why emotional integrity is non-negotiable. But owning your signal and standing in it requires something deeper than knowledge. Let's now uncover what it means to have the courage to be the signal, no matter the cost. You've now uncovered one of the deepest truths in this entire journey. Emotional integrity is the foundation of congruence. When you start telling the truth about how you feel, your energy begins to come home to itself. But truth alone is not enough. Awareness alone is not enough. There comes a point every time when you must choose to stand in your signal. Not just understand it, not just acknowledge it privately, but be it publicly, clearly, and without shrinkage. And that requires courage. A level of courage most people have never accessed. Because being the signal means risking everything the script was designed to protect. This is where the fork in the road always appears. On one side, comfort, familiarity, acceptance, and the safety of staying palatable. On the other, raw embodiment, living in your truth even when it costs you approval, relationships, jobs, illusions, or ego fantasies. This is not theoretical, it's real. The moment you embody your signal fully, you will challenge someone's perception of you. You will disrupt patterns in your relationships. You will make people uncomfortable. And this is why most people unconsciously retreat. Not because they don't believe in their signal, but because they don't want to lose the false security that came from hiding it. Let's get clear. Courage is not aggression. It's not rebellion. It's not pushing back just to prove you can. Courage is the decision to stay coherent when your entire nervous system is screaming at you to blend in. It's choosing not to collapse your frequency when someone questions it. It's choosing not to dilute your truth to remain digestible. It's choosing to stay in your body when you feel the urge to disappear. This kind of courage rewires your timeline, because it proves to the field that your signal is stable, under pressure, under doubt, under scrutiny. And the field doesn't respond to partial signals. It responds to the ones you stand in, even when it's uncomfortable. So what does it really mean to be the signal? It means saying no when everything in your body says no, even if they're disappointed. Leaving the room when the energy is off without explanation. Speaking your boundary without flinching. Staying seated in your truth, even if someone's voice gets louder. Owning your frequency, even when it doesn't match the crowd. This is embodiment in real time, not in vision boards, not in full moon rituals, but in uncomfortable moments of choice. And those moments are your real initiations. Here's the paradox. The field rewards those who stop chasing approval. Because the moment you choose your own signal over someone else's comfort, you become magnetic. Not because you're loud, but because you're true. Truth is the most attractive frequency on Earth. But don't confuse truth with drama. This isn't about performing rawness. It's not about becoming difficult in the name of being authentic. It's about holding your tone, without shrinking, without defending, without explaining, just staying rooted. That's what real power looks like. Courage is not something you wait to feel. It's something you choose before the fear goes away. Because courage isn't the absence of fear. It's alignment in the face of fear. It's saying, I know what I feel. I know what I need. I trust what I carry. Even if your voice shakes, even if your hands sweat, even if your heart races. That moment, that's where timelines bend. That's where reality reorganizes. That's where the old script breaks. You will be tested, not by the universe punishing you, but by the field checking. Are you the signal or just practicing? This is not cruel. It's calibration. Every time you hold your frequency under pressure, the mirror sharpens. It begins to reflect the next level reality that only coherence can summon. And that's how you quantum leap, not by hoping, but by holding. The field doesn't respond to the version of you that only shows up when it's easy. It responds to the version that stands when it's hard. So here's your checkpoint. Where have you been hiding behind your knowledge instead of acting from your truth? Where have you been waiting to be validated before you move? Where are you hoping to be discovered instead of revealing yourself? Courage is not loud. It's clear. It's steady. It's sovereign. And once you embody it without seeking confirmation, You become the frequency that can't be ignored. Next, we take this embodiment even further. You've now touched the edge of real courage. But what happens when you still feel chaos outside? That's the clue. Because your external reality is always mirroring your internal war. Let's now expose the true source of outer chaos. Unresolved conflict inside you. You've just exposed the internal split, the war between different parts of you, and seen how that fragmentation distorts your reality. Now, what happens when you do bring your parts into unity? When you begin to align your inner world, there's a next step, a leap, one that most people never fully make. They try to align while still waiting. They try to embody while still hoping. They try to call it in while still craving. And it doesn't work, because the field does not respond to your need. It responds to your decision. This is where things get real. So many are still performing alignment, while energetically begging for outcomes. They use all the right words. They set intentions. They do rituals. They visualize. But under it all is the same frequency. Please give it to me. I don't have it yet. That's desperation, not embodiment. And the universe doesn't respond to begging. It reflects being. So what does decision actually mean? It's not just declaring what you want. It's energetic finality, a settledness, a grounded knowing, a full body, full field yes with no escape plan. Not, I hope it happens. Not, I really want this. Not, if it's meant to be. But, it's done. I am that now. My life adjusts accordingly. When you decide, you stop checking. You stop waiting for signs. You stop micromanaging how it unfolds. You stop looking to the outer world to give you permission. Because the choice has already been made internally. The outer just mirrors the internal command. This is why desperation doesn't work. Desperation is dissonant with decision. It's a frequency of not enough. It tells the field, I need this in order to feel complete. But here's the quantum truth. You cannot receive the next level reality from the frequency of lack. Because the field doesn't respond to your preference. It responds to your presence. So if your presence is coded with neediness, scarcity, or doubt, that's the loop you stay in. Not because the field is cruel, but because it's congruent. So how do you move from desperation to decision? Step 1. You stop identifying with what's missing. You stop building stories around what hasn't arrived. You stop defining yourself by the absence of the thing. Because every time you obsess over the absence, you reinforce the belief, I don't have it, I'm separate from it. And the field mirrors separation. Step 2. You shift to I am. Not in words, in state. You become the one who already holds the frequency of the reality. You walk as her. You speak as him. You regulate your energy as if it's done. And that shift, not the thought but the embodiment, is what changes timelines. Here's the paradox. Most people don't decide. They wait. They wait to feel ready. They wait to feel certain. They wait to get signs. But the field isn't waiting. It's listening. To what? To the firmness of your frequency. It's not your enthusiasm that moves reality. It's your certainty. Certainty doesn't mean you have all the answers. It doesn't mean you don't feel fear. It means you've settled into your truth so fully, so finally, that you no longer debate it. You're not looking back. You're not wondering if you should want something else. You're not adjusting based on reactions. You've landed. And because you've landed, the signal becomes undeniable. And that is what the universe responds to. Let's bring this to a real example. You're trying to shift into abundance. You've been working on beliefs, doing inner child work, rewriting narratives. But in your energy, you're still refreshing your bank account 10 times a day. You're still saying yes to misaligned work out of fear. You're still hoping the breakthrough finally arrives. That's not decision. That's bargaining. Now compare that to this. You sit down, regulate your body, and declare, I will never again choose lack. I will never again override my integrity for a quick fix. I trust my alignment more than I trust urgency. You embody it. You adjust how you move. You release options that contradict that frequency. That's decision. And it collapses timelines. So ask yourself, where are you still performing hope instead of broadcasting certainty? Where are you saying, I'm ready, while checking your phone for proof? Where are you trying to attract instead of owning? Decision ends doubt. Decision ends the energetic leak. Decision ends the search. And from there, the field aligns. Not always instantly, but always eventually, because the signal no longer wavers. Next, we explore why you can't trick this process. Now that you've understood the power of decision, it's time to confront the temptation to manipulate the field. Let's break down why you cannot outsmart the quantum, and what true trust really looks like. You've now learned the critical truth. The quantum field responds to decision, not craving. When you settle into the frequency of done, the field shifts to meet you. But here's where people often break their own congruence. They try to hack the field. They look for tricks. They try to manipulate energy with performance. They seek shortcuts to avoid the work of coherence. And it never works. Why? Because you cannot outsmart the quantum. The quantum field is not transactional. It's not a vending machine. It's not responding to formulas. It's responding to authenticity, to stability, to total energetic coherence. And if you're trying to force, fake, manipulate, or shortcut the frequency, the field knows. Not because it's judging you, but because it's mirroring you. Let's say this plainly. You can't use rituals to bypass embodiment. You can't chant your way out of fear. You can't script your way around misalignment. You can't journal your way into self-trust if you still betray yourself in action. The field only responds to the real you. And if the real you is still fragmented, scared, or pretending, you don't need more strategy. You need more integration. Here's where most people go wrong. They treat quantum alignment like a game to win. They look for the fastest method. They measure every result. They analyze every reflection. And they burn out. Not because they're unworthy, but because they're disconnected from trust. Because trying to trick the field is a symptom of mistrust in your signal. It says, I'm not enough. My energy alone isn't sufficient. I need tactics to make it work. That belief becomes the broadcast, and the field reflects that very lack. The truth is, you don't need to manipulate energy. You need to stabilize it. You don't need to force timelines. You need to become undeniable to them. That happens when you stop trying to make the field behave and start becoming someone who doesn't need the field to behave. You stop chasing outcomes, and you start embodying the version of you who no longer relies on proof. That's trust. And trust is the highest frequency. Now, some ask, but isn't it smart to use every tool we have? Visualization, scripting, etc. Yes, if they're coming from coherence. If they're extensions of your truth. If they're expressions of alignment. But if they're a mask for misalignment, they're noise. The field doesn't hear your words. It hears your state. It hears the contraction in your breath, the friction in your actions, the static in your nervous system, the tone underneath your intentions. That's what determines reality. Not what you say, but what you are. So how do you stop trying to trick the process? 1. Drop the timeline game. Stop looking for signs. Stop checking if it's working. Stop measuring speed. The need for speed is a trauma response, one that signals mistrust. 2. Stop managing outcomes. Trust doesn't manage. It anchors. Let go of trying to control how, when, or through whom the shift comes. 3. Root in identity. Become the version of you who doesn't flinch, who doesn't chase, who doesn't try to prove. That stability becomes your magnetism. 4. Let the field work on its time, not yours, because it's always working, but not always in your visible frame. Quantum reality is nonlinear, and trust is the portal that lets it arrive faster because you've removed resistance. So many are stuck in cycles because they're still testing the field. I'll believe when it shows up. I'll trust if it starts working. I'll align once I see evidence. But that's reverse manifestation. That's insecurity masked as strategy. The universe isn't testing you. It's waiting for you to stop testing it. You don't need to prove anything. You don't need to audition. You don't need to beg. You are already enough. But the moment you try to trick the quantum, you step out of that enoughness. You trade power for manipulation. You trade embodiment for efforting. And the field reflects that trade. So here's the truth. The quantum is listening. It's always listening. But it's only responding to what's real. Not your polished version. Not your spiritual persona. Not your performance. But your core coherence. And that can't be hacked. It must be lived. Next, we move into refinement. You've seen the power of real trust and the futility of manipulation. But what does full-body congruence actually look like? Let's now break down the 3 layers of alignment that create the clearest, most magnetic signal of your life. You've now understood the futility of trying to manipulate the field. You've seen that only trust, not tricks, creates quantum movement. But here's the next layer. Trust alone is not the whole signal. To transmit a fully coherent frequency, your entire system must come into alignment across 3 specific levels. These levels are not abstract concepts. They are distinct frequency points that, when harmonized, become the loudest, clearest signal the universe can respond to. What are they? Mind, heart, soma. This is the trifecta of congruence. And without integration across all 3, your signal stays partial, distorted, delayed. Let's unpack what each level represents. 1. Mind, the thought stream. This is your belief structure, your narrative generator. This is how you define yourself, what you expect from life, what you believe is possible. If your mind still holds the story, I can't have this, I'm not ready, this is too much, then no matter how much work you do in other areas, that frequency gets sent. The mind must be clear, not filled with blind positivity, but with clean conviction. Not I hope, but I know. Not maybe someday, but it's now. Without mental congruence, your field is filled with mental static, and the signal won't land. 2. Heart, the emotional tone. This is your emotional alignment. Your heart broadcasts the tone of your being. It doesn't care what you say, it speaks in feeling. If your heart is still mourning a loss you haven't admitted, if it's still harboring resentment you've masked as detachment, if it's still aching for permission to express grief or rage, then you're out of congruence. You may think you're aligned, but your tone says otherwise. And tone is what calibrates your magnetism. When the heart is clear, clean of denial, not emotion, your signal becomes stable. That's when the universe starts moving. 3. Soma, the body's signal. Your body, the soma, is the final and most foundational transmitter. If your nervous system is in survival, your signal is panic. If your breath is shallow, your signal is urgency. If your posture is collapsed, your signal is defeat. The body speaks louder than thoughts. It reveals truth even when the mind lies. This is why your embodiment must include physical awareness. You can't think your way into alignment. You must become the signal. That only happens when the body is included. Now, here's what happens when only 1 or 2 levels are aligned. You may believe the thing is possible, mind, and feel the excitement of it, heart. But if your body is holding contraction and trauma around receiving, the field hears no. You may feel open emotionally, heart, and be taking inspired action, soma. But if your mind is filled with doubt and skepticism, the field hears confusion. You may have the right posture, breath, movement, soma, but if your mind is constantly checking and your heart is aching, the field hears incoherence. The universe doesn't just mirror what you want. It mirrors your combined broadcast, mind, heart, and soma together. So how do you synchronize these 3? First, you pause the performance. Stop pushing forward in one layer while abandoning the others. Second, you listen. Ask yourself, mind, what story am I still believing that contradicts what I say I want? Heart, what emotion have I not fully felt that's distorting my tone? Soma, what physical signals show I'm not safe to receive this yet? Then you bring awareness to the gap, not to fix it, but to honor it. because presence without bypass is what starts the recalibration. Alignment is not about perfection. It's about consistency across systems. When your mind, heart, and soma carry the same frequency, the same intention, the same trust, the same certainty, the universe cannot ignore you. You don't need to scream. You don't need to convince. You don't need to hope. You become the signal. And reality adjusts. This is coherence. And once it's embodied across all three levels, the field begins reorganizing matter in ways that defy logic. Next, we explore what happens when alignment is no longer something you do, but something you are. Because when you stop reaching for your frequency and begin being it, the world bends to match. You've now harmonized the signal. Mind, heart, soma. You've exited partial alignment. You've ended the performance. You've removed manipulation from the equation. So what happens now? This is the moment everything begins to shift. Not because of what you're doing, but because of who you've become. You are no longer chasing the frequency. You are no longer reaching for alignment. You are the signal. And when that happens, the world bends to meet you. This is not poetic language. This is quantum mechanics in motion. Because once you're in full-body coherence, your personal field becomes dominant. It creates gravitational pull. It draws people, events, opportunities, and configurations into your orbit. Not randomly, but because the field must reflect the signal it's receiving. Think of it like this. Most people are broadcasting a fractured frequency. They want something while fearing it. They reach for expansion while resenting the responsibility. They say, "I'm ready," while clinging to a version of themselves that isn't. The field reflects that contradiction. But when you resolve the internal war, when every part of your being settles into a new baseline, you become undeniable. The field stops hesitating. The mirror stops glitching. And everything begins to bend. Now here's the shift that's often missed. When you become the frequency, you stop needing results to prove it's working. You no longer ask, "Is it coming? Am I close? Where's my sign?" Because you're no longer operating from absence. You're operating from essence. You're being the thing. And because of that, your environment has to update. Not by force, by physics. Let's anchor this with clarity. You want peace? Be the nervous system that no longer flinches. You want love? Be the heart that no longer closes. You want wealth? Be the energy that no longer grasps. You want impact? Be the identity that no longer performs. Be it fully, and the mirror has no choice. When you reach this level of embodiment, something remarkable happens. You stop managing your signal. You stop trying to stay high vibe. You stop tracking how you feel every moment. Because your baseline has shifted. You're no longer pretending, performing, or producing alignment. You've become it. And from that place, the field stops testing you. It starts amplifying you. This is the state where reality gets fluid. Timelines collapse. People appear. Resources align. Unimaginable synchronicities arrive. Not as magic tricks, but as natural consequences of energetic precision. The field is not resisting you. It was always waiting for your full transmission. But here's what's important. Becoming the frequency doesn't mean nothing challenges you. It means challenges no longer fracture you. You hold your tone in every room, in every situation, in every delay, in every doubt, and that consistency bends outcomes. Not immediately, but unavoidably. This is how quantum living begins. You move from effort to presence, from strategy to stability, from craving to command. And the field shifts because you've stopped asking. You're not requesting reality to respond. You're declaring it without words. And the universe listens. Next, we turn toward a deeper audit. Now that you're becoming the frequency, it's time to look for lingering distortions. Where are you still pretending without even realizing it? Let's expose the final blocks that hide inside your signal. You've now stepped into the vibration of full-body congruence. You've moved beyond mental stories and into embodiment. You're no longer chasing your reality, you're radiating it. But there's one final layer of refinement that often remains, and it hides in the shadows of your transformation. It's pretending, still alive, still lingering, still subtly transmitting, without you even realizing it. This is the point where people stall. They've done the work. They've shifted their frequency. They've even seen changes start to appear. But then, the shifts plateau. The breakthroughs slow down. The mirror stops reflecting. Why? Because some part of them is still faking alignment. Not intentionally, not maliciously, but subtly, quietly, in micro-movements, energetically performing instead of transmitting truth. And the field detects it, always. So now we run the diagnostic. Let's illuminate the covert signals of pretending that could still be blocking your congruence, so you can release them and step into the next layer of precision. Here's the first sign. 1. You're still checking for proof. If you've truly become the frequency, you're settled in your being. You're not refreshing the timeline. You're not watching for signs every day. You're not scanning conversations for confirmation. But if you're still asking, is it working? Was that a sign? Why hasn't it shown up yet? Then you're not fully embodied in the outcome. You're in performance mode, hoping your signal has been good enough to earn a response. And that energy is not congruence. It's control. The field hears, I don't trust myself, and it mirrors that back. 2. You change your frequency based on who's watching. This one's subtle. You feel powerful and aligned when alone. But in a room with certain people, you start adjusting. You speak differently. You mute yourself. You inflate to impress or shrink to stay safe. In short, you shapeshift. This is pretending. Because the version of you present is no longer the signal, it's the reaction. If you only hold your frequency when unchallenged, you're not being it. You're practicing it. True embodiment doesn't need a curated environment. It holds even when surrounded by static. 3. You override your body to maintain your vibration. You tell yourself, I'm staying high vibe, but your body is tight. Your nervous system is buzzing. Your gut is screaming no. But you keep saying yes. You're bypassing your physical truth in order to project a spiritual image. That's not embodiment. That's pretend peace. And it sends a distorted signal. You can't lie to the field through your posture, your breath, or your smile. If your system isn't regulated, your alignment is a mask. The universe doesn't reward your effort to seem okay. It reflects the truth of your state. 4. You speak the language but not from presence. You've got the terminology. You know the mantras. You can explain the field, the mechanics, the energetics. But are you living it or quoting it? If your embodiment is rooted in borrowed language but not lived wisdom, it's pretend. And this one is tricky because it can feel convincing, but the field doesn't respond to how much you know. It responds to what you are. If your signal is filled with borrowed phrases, but not real congruence, it reflects hollowness. 5. You avoid discomfort in the name of alignment. You say, that's not in resonance. But you mean, that's confronting. You say, that doesn't feel aligned. But you mean, I'm scared to look at that. You say, I'm following my truth. But you're just escaping tension. Pretending isn't always about faking success. Sometimes it's about spiritually packaging your avoidance. You can't bypass growth by labeling everything you dislike as misaligned. The field knows the difference. When avoidance dresses up as alignment, pretending gets reinforced. And timelines stall. 6. You need to be perceived as embodied. This is the performance trap. You're more focused on looking aligned than being aligned. You curate your words. You stylize your revelations. You build an image that's in frequency, but it's still image-based. Authenticity doesn't perform, transmits. And if your transmission is being curated for approval, you're not free. You're broadcasting need, not embodiment. Now, why do these patterns show up? Because pretending is a survival strategy. You learn to perform truth to avoid rejection. You learn to act healed to feel worthy of good things. You learn to fake certainty to avoid being called inconsistent. But these are remnants of the old identity. And if you're reading this now, you're ready to drop them. Not because they're bad, but because they no longer match who you're becoming. So how do you stop pretending, even unconsciously? You choose raw presence over performance. You choose actual feeling over curated image. You choose regulated action over rushed reaction. You choose to be in your body even when it's messy. And above all, you choose truth over optics. Because the universe isn't responding to your spiritual vocabulary. It's responding to your energetic honesty. Now that you've exposed the hidden performances still running in the background, let's turn to one of the most insidious distortions: neediness disguised as desire. This is the frequency that pushes everything away, while pretending to magnetize it. Let's go there now. You've uncovered the subtle ways pretending distorts your signal, even when you think you've moved beyond it. But there's one frequency that does more to block timelines, repel opportunities, and confuse the field than almost any other. It's a frequency that often masquerades as manifestation. It looks like intention. It sounds like clarity. Feels like purpose. But beneath the surface, it's laced with contraction. It's neediness, the false signal that scrambles your congruence, even when your desire is real. Let's be clear. Desire is powerful. It's the engine of expansion. It's sacred, necessary, magnetic. But need is not the same. Neediness broadcasts from lack. It says, without this, I am incomplete. It says, until this arrives, I cannot be okay. And that's where the distortion begins. Because the moment you signal incompleteness, the field mirrors separation. Not wholeness, not arrival, not embodiment. It reflects the void you're trying to fill. This is the root of so many stalled timelines. You want love, but you're broadcasting fear of abandonment. You want money, but you're radiating scarcity. You want impact, but you're vibrating unworthiness. The outer desire is real, but the signal underneath says, I need this to feel safe, and the field always reflects the undercurrent, not the surface script. Neediness isn't just an emotional state. It's a physical frequency. It shows up as breath holding, chest tightening, eye scanning, thought looping, future obsessing. When you're in need, your body is in a contractive loop. And the field translates that contraction as not ready. Because readiness isn't about how badly you want something. It's about how available your system is to hold it. Need says, I can't hold it until it comes. Congruence says, it arrives because I already hold the frequency. Let's make the distinction clear. Desire says, I welcome this. Need says, I can't survive without it. Desire is rooted in wholeness. Need is rooted in deficit. Desire invites. Need chases. Desire is relaxed. Need is tense. And here's the paradox. The more you need the thing, the more it runs from you. Because your signal says, I'm not it yet. And the universe responds accordingly. So how do you shift out of neediness? You stop tying your worth to your outcomes. You stop collapsing your nervous system around timelines. You regulate your energy until your desire can exist without urgency. That's the turning point. When your body stops clutching, when your identity stops chasing, when your field says, I am whole now, then and only then does the thing begin to move toward you. Not because you're perfect, but because you're available. Here's your audit. Where does your desire feel like panic? Where are you doing the work from tension, not truth? Where are you imagining a future that fixes your current state? If your signal contains any form of, I need this or else, then that's the frequency the field is mirroring. Not your vision, not your affirmations, not your scripts, but your energetic dependence. Now, what do you do when you find this pattern? You breathe, you ground, you come back to the part of you that already knows how to live without the outcome, and you let that part lead the signal. Desire doesn't die in that moment. It gets purified, and a purified desire becomes magnetic, not because you're trying, but because you're finally ready. Next, we move from inner honesty to external structure. Now that you've cleared the distortion of need, it's time to reinforce your embodiment on the outside. How? Through boundaries, not walls, not reactions, but the energetic signature of alignment made visible. You've now cleared the distortion of neediness. You've seen how craving collapses your signal and how rooted desire shifts everything. But now that your internal frequency is stabilizing, there's one crucial bridge between your energetic alignment and your external life. Boundaries. Boundaries are not walls. They're not rules. They're not ultimatums. They are the externalized expression of your inner coherence. And until your embodiment becomes visible in your relational field, how you move, how you choose, how you say yes or no, your signal stays incomplete. Because the field doesn't just listen to how you feel inside. It watches how you act in the presence of opposition. Boundaries are how you tell the quantum, I'm serious about this frequency. They are the gatekeepers of your embodiment. And when they're not present, or when they're built on fear or fantasy, your signal weakens. Not because you're being punished, but because you're leaking power. Here's the truth most people miss. Your boundaries are not for other people. They're for you. They are how you hold the line between your true self and the version of you that betrays yourself to stay safe. Let that land. Every time you override your truth to preserve peace, keep harmony, or avoid rejection, you reinforce a signal that says, I'm willing to abandon me, and the universe mirrors that abandonment. So what does an embodied boundary look like? It's not a script. It's not a demand. It's not a list of rules pinned to your emotional refrigerator. It's a felt frequency. You walk into a room. Your energy is settled. Your nervous system is grounded. Your voice has clarity. Your no is clean. Your yes is whole. People feel it. And here's the paradox. The more embodied your boundary, the less you have to enforce it. Because your signal does the speaking. Now let's break down the most common distortions in boundary setting. 1. Boundaries as punishment. You're not setting a line, you're lashing out. I'm done with this. You're cut off. I won't tolerate this anymore. The words may sound strong, but underneath is unprocessed emotion. Hurt, anger, fear. When boundaries are reactive, they're not stable. They're not frequency, they're fire. And the field doesn't mirror fire, it mirrors structure. 2. Boundaries as avoidance. You ghost people. You cancel instead of communicate. You disappear from dynamics that feel hard. But that's not embodiment, it's evasion. True boundaries don't require escape. They require presence with clarity. If you're avoiding instead of expressing, your signal is broadcasting fear, not alignment. 3. Boundaries as performance. You make declarations. You say all the right things. You appear sovereign, assertive, self-respecting. But in reality, you're still saying yes with a shaking voice. You're still tolerating what drains you. You're still in relationships that confuse your nervous system. In other words, you're signaling, I know what to say, but I'm still afraid to live it. That gap is what the field hears. So what's the shift? Boundaries become embodied when you no longer need to defend them. They arise naturally, from the same place your breath arises, from the same place your alignment arises. When you're truly congruent mind, heart, and soma, your body won't let you stay in misaligned dynamics. It will speak, it will signal, it will move, and you'll trust it. Let's bring this to a real-world scenario. You're invited into a project that looks good on paper. The money's there, the people are respected, the opportunity seems aligned. But your body contracts, your heart tightens, your clarity fades. Old you might override. Smile, accept, justify. Embodied you pauses, listens, speaks from clarity. Thank you. This isn't a match for me right now. No apology, no defense, no explanation. That's a boundary, and that's power. Here's a deeper layer. Every time you say yes to something that isn't true, you train the field to send you more of it. Every time you betray your body to keep harmony, You signal to the universe, I'm not ready for the next level, because higher timelines require higher self-honoring, and boundaries are the proof of your readiness. So here's your invitation. Audit your life. Where are you still saying yes to avoid discomfort? Where are you explaining, over-explaining, and justifying your truth? Where are you leaking time, energy, or attention to dynamics you've outgrown? Every one of those leaks is a frequency mismatch. Clean them, not with drama, not with rage, with clarity. Because when you stop negotiating your values, when you stop tolerating what your body says no to, when you stop shrinking your signal to fit into smaller containers, you become unmistakable to the quantum, and the universe adjusts the playing field accordingly. Now that you've restored outer alignment, let's speak. Let's voice the truth of who you are in motion. Because the next level of congruence is not just felt, it's spoken. Let's step into the language of embodied communication. Boundaries have now solidified your outer field. You're no longer leaking your signal. You're no longer diluting your alignment for convenience, safety, or belonging. You've claimed your space. But embodiment doesn't end at containment. True embodiment communicates, speaks, transmits. It translates internal truth into external language. And in this chapter, we master the art of embodied communication, where every word becomes a frequency, every conversation a broadcast, every truth a tuning fork. Most people speak from three places: performance, trying to sound right; protection, trying to avoid pain; programming, repeating old scripts. None of these send a clean signal. Embodied communication requires a different source. Comes from clarity, from grounded nervous systems, from the unapologetic expression of truth without the agenda to control or manipulate outcome. It's truth without tension. Let's define what embodied speech is not. It's not passive-aggressive. It's not overly polished. It's not about sounding woke. It's not sugar-coated alignment. It's not coded in spiritual bypass. It's simple, direct, unapologetic, not sharp, not forceful, but undeniable. And because it's undeniable, it creates shifts without effort. So how do you find that kind of voice? First, you stop outsourcing your message. You stop wondering how it will land. You stop tailoring your truth to match expectations. You stop muting or amplifying based on external comfort. You ask, what is the truest thing I could say right now, without filter or flair? Then you say it, with presence, not defense, not apology, just clarity. Example, instead of saying, sorry if this sounds weird, but I just feel like maybe this dynamic is a little off, you say, this no longer feels aligned for me. Instead of saying, I don't want to offend you, but I kind of need space right now, you say, I need space right now. No extra layers, no disclaimers, no distortion, just congruence in motion. Embodied communication also means you speak in real time, not after pressure builds. You name emotions without projecting blame. You ask for needs without shrinking. You say no without collapse. This is how your energy and voice synchronize. And when that happens, people respond differently, not because of your tone, but because of your truth resonance. Another layer of embodied speech is learning to recognize who you're speaking to, because not everyone can meet truth at the same altitude. So part of the practice is speaking in frequency, not just words. You listen not for agreement, but for resonance. You calibrate based on what your body tells you is true, not just what your mind thinks sounds right. This is relational sovereignty. Now, what happens when someone doesn't receive your truth well? You don't shrink. You don't defend. You don't convert. You hold your field. Because embodied communication isn't about being heard. It's about being clear. Let that land. You speak for truth transmission, not approval. Let's end with a checklist for embodied speech. Is this my truth or my training? Am I trying to be understood or just honest? Am I hiding behind tone, performance, or apology? Am I regulating my body as I speak or bracing for rejection? Am I signaling alignment or seeking validation? Every answer reveals your signal. Because when your words, tone, presence, and nervous system are unified, your voice becomes a tuning fork, and people feel it. The field feels it. Reality adjusts to it. Not because of eloquence, but because of energetic honesty. Next, we explore what it means to act, not from strategy but from signal, because every movement you make from misalignment creates distortion. Let's now separate true embodied action from performance, once and for all. Now that your words match your frequency, now that your boundaries reflect your inner truth, there's one final pivot in how you move through life, and it's this: are you acting or performing? On the surface, these two can look identical. You go to the same meeting, say the same words, create the same content, even post the same message. But one comes from grounded, embodied clarity. The other is a silent plea to be seen, to be chosen, to be validated. This is the chapter where we separate movement from manipulation, because one shifts timelines and the other keeps you looping. Let's make this clear from the start. Embodied action is response. Performance is reaction. Embodied action moves from inner alignment. Performance is shaped by external optics. Embodied action is clean, quiet, and powerful. Performance is loud, uncertain, and grasping. And this distinction changes everything. Let's walk through an example. You feel called to share a message with your audience. In embodied action, you feel the signal rise in your body. You don't second-guess it. You don't tailor it to what's popular. You don't ask, will this get likes? You just speak it, post it, let it land. No pull, no push, just precision. But in performance mode, the same action carries a different energy. You post the message, but you're refreshing to check responses. You feel tension if it doesn't land the way you hoped. You're tracking, not transmitting. And this tells the field, I need a reaction to feel real. The field responds accordingly. Every time you act from needing a reaction, your signal becomes distorted. Not because you did something wrong, but because you've disconnected from the source of your movement. Action must originate from congruence to carry power. Otherwise, it's just performance. Let's map this further. Ask yourself before you act, am I moving because I feel a clear internal yes? Or am I moving because I fear being forgotten, judged, or unseen? One creates magnetic results. The other creates delay and depletion. This is especially true in business, relationships, creative work, even healing. If you're performing growth, it's not embodiment. If you're performing leadership, it's not influence. If you're performing abundance, it's not wealth. The field knows the difference. Another layer of performance, over-efforting. You're doing all the things. You're pushing content. You're reaching out. You're staying consistent. But underneath, you're trying to prove your worth through hustle. That energy is not invisible. The universe hears, I don't believe it's coming, so I must force it. And force becomes your loop. Embodied action doesn't hustle, calibrates. It listens, moves when the signal is clean, rests when the body says rest, acts when aligned, withdraws when clarity isn't present. Not from fear, from signal trust. Here's a test. How do you feel after the action? If you feel peaceful, grounded, and unattached, you acted from embodiment. If you feel anxious, uncertain, and reactive, you performed. The aftermath reveals the origin. And this gets deeper still, because many people pretend they're taking aligned action, when in truth they're performing self-worth. They're building, posting, moving, but they're doing it from a void, trying to fill a gap with validation, trying to soothe doubt with action. This is energetic leakage, and the field does not respond to it the way you think. It reflects the internal gap. Now let's flip the script. What does true embodied action feel like? Feels clean, direct, potent, quiet, unattached, non-theatrical. There's no emotional residue, no overthinking, no rumination. You speak, move, act, and it's done. That's how you know it came from alignment, not agenda. You can practice this before any action. Ask, am I acting from overflow or from absence? Then feel your breath, feel your posture, feel your emotional tone. If there's grasping, wait. If there's clarity, move. This level of discernment trains the universe to take you seriously, because your actions finally carry truth weight. And here's the paradox. The less you perform, the more powerful your movement becomes. The more you trust your internal rhythm, the more potent your signal. The less you chase approval, the more the field bends. Because you're no longer seeking reflection. You are the source, and all reflection calibrates to you. Next, let's get real. You've become the signal. You've moved in truth. You've refined your boundaries. You've dropped the performance. So, why is reality still resisting? It's not. It's testing. Next, we explore the moment the mirror checks your congruence. Not to punish, but to confirm. You've moved into aligned action. You've stopped performing. You've recalibrated the system. And just when you start to feel momentum, the test comes. Old situations reappear. Delay stretches longer than expected. Disappointments land harder than usual. Doubt whispers louder than ever. Feels like a reversal, but it's not. It's a signal check. This chapter is about understanding the nature of reality's tests, not as punishment, but as confirmation requests. And once you master this layer, you'll no longer confuse resistance with rejection. You'll know the test is part of the response. Here's the principle. When you change your signal, the field asks, "Are you sure?" It doesn't ask with words. It asks with pressure. It sends a version of the old timeline. It resurrects patterns that used to derail you. It puts familiar temptations in front of you, just slightly refined. Not to block you, but to give you a moment of self-witnessing. Because your reaction to the test becomes the new signal. Let's say you've upgraded your frequency around relationships. You're no longer chasing connection. You've set clear boundaries. You've reclaimed your worth. And then, an old pattern reappears. Someone reaches out, mirroring a past dynamic. You feel a pull. It's familiar, tempting, nostalgic. The test is, are you your new frequency? Or are you still available for the old one? Your answer, through action, tone, and body, tells the field what to reflect next. Tests are mirrors of memory. They're not punishment. They're not delay. They're not sabotage. They are the field's way of asking, do you trust your new signal enough to hold it when tested? Because embodiment is not proven in comfort. It's proven in challenge. This is why breakthroughs often come after breakdowns. Not because you have to suffer, but because pressure collapses weak patterns. When an old timeline presses against you, and you don't collapse, you tell the field, this version is no longer available, and the field updates your path. Let's redefine test as a return of the old vibration to verify your new embodiment. That's all. Not personal, not cruel, not a step backward. It's a chance to stand in congruence while the mirror flickers. Hold, and the flicker stabilizes. But what do most people do? They assume the test is a sign that it's not working. They contract, they doubt, they revert to old survival moves. They call the upgrade a lie, and that reaction becomes the new broadcast. The field mirrors collapse, not because it's against you, because it's listening. Here's the truth. Every time you pass a test, not by fighting but by staying grounded, you elevate your signal. Not symbolically, energetically. Your nervous system gets more stable. Your conviction gets more cellular. Your identity gets more refined. The mirror adjusts. Let's make this practical. When a test shows up, pause. Notice the emotional charge. Regulate. Bring your breath back. Remember, this is a signal check, not sabotage. Respond. From your new frequency, not the old script. This pattern rewrites timelines. Not through force. Through coherence under pressure. You are not being punished. You are being witnessed. And what you broadcast in that witnessing moment determines what stabilizes next. The field has one question in the face of your test. Can you hold your tone when it's not easy? Because if you can, it becomes your new default, your new magnetism, your new timeline. Next, we sharpen that calibration even more. When a test comes, you have two options: collapse or calibrate. Let's now master the art of staying aligned even in chaos, and learn how to fine-tune your frequency in real time. You've now seen how reality tests your signal. Not to punish, not to block, but to verify. The test is a mirror. And what happens in the test? Many collapse. Some calibrate. That single difference determines whether you stay stuck or stabilize a new frequency. This chapter is your training ground. Not for avoiding chaos, but for holding alignment inside it. Because frequency mastery isn't about never being shaken. It's about what you do when you're shaken. Let's define the two paths clearly. Collapse is contraction. It's the moment you forget what you know. Your nervous system tightens. Your breath shortens. You grab the old script and replay it. You doubt. You spiral. You regress. Calibration is consciousness. It's the moment you pause, regulate, recenter. You feel the wobble without making it mean failure. You shift the tone without chasing proof. You choose alignment again. And the field mirrors the choice. Let's go deeper. Collapse happens when your identity is still entangled with your past. You get rejected, you believe you're unworthy. You lose money, you think you're unsafe. You feel doubt, you assume you're failing. Each event is interpreted through old meaning. But calibration doesn't play by those rules. You feel the same emotions, but you don't become them. You acknowledge, you feel, you breathe, and then you realign. That's the moment power returns. This is not about suppression. It's not about avoiding feeling. It's not about slapping affirmations over contraction. It's about being radically honest with your experience and still choosing your signal on purpose. That's calibration, and it's a skill. Let's break it into steps. Step 1: awareness of the disruption. Collapse begins when you unconsciously react. Calibration begins when you name the wobble. This feels like fear. I'm noticing a contraction. My signal just dropped. Naming creates space. Space allows choice. Step 2: regulate your system. Your mind will want to fix, to control, to understand. Don't. Come back to the body. Slow your breath. Ground your feet. Soften your jaw. Relax your shoulders. Regulation is not luxury, it's frequency repair. Because when your body settles, your signal stabilizes. Step 3: reclaim the frequency. Now choose the tone. Not from force, not from panic, but from grounded remembrance. Ask, what signal do I want the field to reflect next? Feel it, hold it, radiate it even before the mirror adjusts. That's calibration. It's not always instant. It's not always easy, but it is always available. Collapse is a pattern. Calibration is a practice. And the more you choose calibration, the less collapse becomes your default. Let's make this real. You launch something and it flops. No signups. No sales. Silence. Collapse says, it failed. I'm off track. Calibration says, my signal was split. Let's refine it. Same event. Different response. Different quantum outcome. Here's the secret. The universe doesn't respond to whether you get triggered. It responds to how long you stay there. If you shift quickly, cleanly, consciously, you don't lose momentum. You amplify it, because your recovery speed becomes your new magnetism. Your job is not to be perfect. Your job is to become a fast recalibrator. Your signal doesn't need to be flawless. It just needs to be trusted. By you. Because if you don't trust it, the field won't either. Calibration is how you prove to the field, I can hold frequency through contrast. I don't need certainty to stay congruent. I remember who I am, even when things wobble. And the field says, confirmed, timeline locked. Now that your recovery is refined, we turn to one of the most seductive traps of modern spirituality, where false light hides in plain sight. You've probably met it, maybe worn it. It's the high vibe persona. Let's dismantle it together. You've learned to calibrate under pressure. You know how to regulate, reclaim your tone, and continue your embodiment even inside the storm. That's frequency mastery. But there's a performance that looks like mastery, yet it's built on illusion. It's polished, it's curated, sounds good, and it repels truth. This chapter exposes the trap of the high vibe persona, a mask made of light. It's not just a spiritual aesthetic. It's a frequency distortion. And if you're still wearing it, even subtly, your signal is split. Let's name it clearly. The high vibe persona is the tendency to only present your light, to only show joy, peace, love, ease, to reject, bypass, or hide anything that looks like shadow. You become a brand, not a being. And the universe stops responding with accuracy because it doesn't know where to find the real you. This persona was built for survival. It says, if I appear enlightened, I'll be safe. If I seem positive, I'll manifest faster. If I stay in love and light, I'll be approved. But here's the irony. The more you fake light, the more your frequency fractures. And fractured frequency is incoherent. And incoherence delays outcomes. Pretending to be high vibe actually slows your expansion. Let's be clear. Embodiment isn't about always feeling good. It's about always feeling true. True power doesn't require you to be on. It requires you to be honest. Because the universe doesn't respond to your persona. It responds to your presence. And presence includes everything. The light, the shadow, the fear, the fire, the grief, the grace. All of it is part of your coherence. Let's audit. Are you avoiding anger because it feels low vibe? Hiding grief behind gratitude? Suppressing rage with spiritual bypass? Editing your emotions to seem more evolved? If yes, you're in persona, not presence. And persona is always partial, which means your signal is incomplete. Embodiment means wholeness. It means letting your full emotional range be felt, seen, and integrated. You're not less magnetic because you cried. You're not off track because you got triggered. You're not less aligned because you had a dark night. You're human, and the universe responds to full-spectrum humanity. Now let's decode the behaviors of the high vibe persona. Constant positivity, masking anxiety, speaking in alignment language to bypass conflict, smiling through tension, refusing to admit confusion, only posting success stories, demonizing low vibration emotions. This is not embodiment. This is spiritual performance. And the field doesn't respond to performance. It waits for signal congruence. You don't need to collapse into drama. You don't need to wallow in shadow. But you do need to stop pretending. Because every time you suppress truth to seem high vibe, you reinforce the belief that your shadow is shameful. And that belief fragments your power. Here's the new frequency. You can radiate joy and still feel grief. You can speak from clarity and still hold doubt. You can lead with light and still honor rage. This isn't contradiction. It's coherence. When your entire emotional system is welcome, your transmission becomes magnetic. Because you're no longer controlling the signal. You're being it. You've probably felt the difference. You've met people who seem positive, but their energy feels empty. You've met others who speak simply, vulnerably, and you're pulled into their field. That's the difference between persona and presence. One performs light. The other is light because it holds shadow too. Let this be your permission. You don't have to shine all the time. You don't have to be a motivational quote. You don't have to force optimism. You don't have to look like embodiment. You just have to be true. Truth is what stabilizes timelines. Not perfection. Not performance. Not prettiness. Truth. From now on, the new question is, am I being witnessed or am I being real? Because the moment you stop curating, the moment you stop spiritually editing, the moment you stop managing your light, your signal becomes whole. and the universe finally sees all of you. That's when timelines move. Next, we transmute your entire magnetism. You're done with pretending. Now we explore what neutral power really feels like, the state of resonance that attracts without effort and holds without force. You've just seen how the high-vibe persona fractures coherence. Now you are stripped of performance, stripped of curation, stripped of spiritual optics. What remains? Neutral power. This is the state the field craves. Not ecstatic bliss, not manic positivity, not curated calm, but stabilized neutrality, a state so settled, so non-performative, that it draws reality to it like gravity. This chapter is your introduction to the most magnetic, energetic posture you can hold. Neutral power. Let's begin. Neutral power is misunderstood. It's not apathy. It's not indifference. It's not disengagement. It is the absence of internal conflict. It is presence without grasping. It is certainty without force. It is clarity without noise. And it is irresistible to the quantum field. Let's define it. Neutral power is the embodied frequency of "this is mine," with or without proof. You don't beg. You don't chase. You don't push. You simply know. Not because of external signals. Not because of guarantees. Because your system is unified in that knowing. Mind, soma, and soul coherent. This is not belief. It's embodiment. Let's contrast that with the most common state, activated wanting. Most people are magnetizing from desire plus tension. They want the thing, but there's attachment, there's anxiety, there's need, and that need whispers to the field, "I'm not safe unless this arrives." So the field mirrors back, delay, confusion, resistance. But in neutral power, the signal becomes clean. There's no pressure, there's no doubt, there's just alignment. And alignment is what collapses timelines. This neutrality is not passive. It's potent. It's directional. It has spine. But it doesn't fluctuate based on outcome. It doesn't collapse under test. It doesn't seek validation. It knows what it knows. And the field knows what it reflects. So how do you enter neutral power? You begin by disconnecting outcome from identity. You stop making your results mean something about your worth. You stop tying your embodiment to your metrics. You stop using success as evidence, and begin letting embodiment be the evidence. Here's the shift. I know I'm aligned, therefore results will calibrate to me. Not, I'll feel aligned once results appear. This reversal creates the signal that bends reality. Now let's talk body. Neutral power lives in the nervous system. Feels like deep breath, spacious belly, relaxed jaw, open shoulders, centered spine, unclenched hands. It's not a vibe. It's a physiology. When your system stabilizes here, your electromagnetic field becomes coherent. And reality responds accordingly. Here's the kicker. Neutral power does not rush. It moves on signal, not schedule. It honors timing without forcing. It holds desire without desperation. And in that space, it becomes deeply magnetic, because nothing is more attractive to the field than a signal that needs nothing from it. Let that land. This is why people in neutral power often say, "I stopped caring, and then it came," not because they gave up, but because they let go of energetic chase. And that surrender created openness. That openness became invitation. That invitation triggered arrival. Neutral power is the invitation the field always says yes to. Let's bring this into practice. You want the opportunity. You know it's aligned, but it hasn't arrived yet. Instead of spiraling, instead of doubting, instead of tweaking your frequency obsessively, you settle in. You return to your knowing. You stabilize your breath. You hold the tone. That is the practice. And that is enough. This is the level of coherence where reality begins to reconfigure without your input. You stop trying to move timelines manually. They begin to orbit you, because your field becomes the gravitational center of your outcomes. Neutral power doesn't announce itself. It doesn't declare its worth. It doesn't argue with the past. It doesn't need applause. It simply is. And the world listens. Now that you understand the frequency of true magnetism, let's cut the final thread of distortion, attachment to outcome. You've been told to trust. But what does embodied trust actually look like? That's next. You've stabilized in neutral power. You've tasted the magnetism of a signal that isn't grasping. Now we arrive at the final shift in energetic sovereignty, embodied trust, because even neutral power can be hijacked by one last distortion, addiction to the outcome. The sneaky. It hides in spiritual language. It cloaks itself in phrases like manifestation, alignment, calling it in, but underneath it's still grasping. The still conditional trust. I'll feel safe. Once it happens, this chapter breaks that loop. Because until you stop needing outcomes to validate your signal, you're not trusting. You're bargaining. Let's name it clearly. Outcome addiction is when your nervous system still fluctuates based on what shows up. You get the response, you feel aligned. You don't get it, you question everything. This is not embodiment. It's feedback dependency. And feedback dependency weakens your frequency. Because your power is still outsourced. Embodied trust is different. It says, this is mine, even if I can't see it yet. This is real, even if it's not visible. This is happening, even if I don't know how. Not as a mantra, as a felt frequency. Because your knowing is not a thought. It's a tone. And the field only responds to tones. Here's the paradox. The moment you stop needing the outcome to feel safe, you become a match to it. Why? Because your signal is no longer split. You're no longer broadcasting, please happen so I can feel okay. You're broadcasting, I'm okay. And because I'm okay, it can arrive. This reversal is embodiment. Embodied trust doesn't mean you feel no emotion. It means you don't need emotion to dictate meaning. You feel the wobble. You notice the delay. You witness the silence. And you stay steady. Not because you're suppressing. Because you're anchored. Anchored to your internal signal. Not external feedback. How do you build this trust? You begin by stopping the audit. You stop checking for proof. You stop refreshing the mirror. You stop watching the metrics. You say, my frequency is stable, therefore it is done. And you act from that place. Not to get something, to be something. That being becomes the broadcast. That broadcast becomes the collapse point. Let's walk this out. You send the message. You hear nothing. Outcome addiction spirals. Did I mess it up? Embodied trust breathes. If it's aligned, it will align. You launch the offer. No bites on day one. Outcome addiction says, I must shift something immediately. Embodied trust says, my signal is clean. The mirror will catch up. This isn't delusion. It's discipline. Discipline of tone. Discipline of energy. Discipline of presence. And the field respects discipline. Let's take this further. What if the outcome never arrives? Would you still hold the frequency? Would you still trust your signal? Would you still be you? That's the edge. That's where embodiment becomes real. Because the truth is, you don't trust for the outcome. You trust because that's who you are now. Trust becomes your nature, your set point, your signal. Not because it's rewarded, but because it's true. And that truth, held without condition, creates realities you never have to chase. They land. They lock in. They stay. Because your signal is unshakable. From this place, you move without tracking. You build without proving. You lead without negotiating. You expand without leaking. Because your signal is stabilized in advance. This is what the quantum listens for. Next, we take this embodied trust into the material plane. We bring it into money, relationships, business, and impact. Because it's time to walk congruence in the real world and let every part of your life mirror your signal. You've stabilized in neutral power. You've tasted the magnetism of a signal that isn't grasping. Now we arrive at the final shift in energetic sovereignty, embodied trust. Because even neutral power can be hijacked by one last distortion, addiction to the outcome. The sneaky. It hides in spiritual language. It cloaks itself in phrases like manifestation, alignment, calling it in, but underneath it's still grasping, the still conditional trust. I'll feel safe. Once it happens, this chapter breaks that loop. Because until you stop needing outcomes to validate your signal, you're not trusting. You're bargaining. Let's name it clearly. Outcome addiction is when your nervous system still fluctuates based on what shows up. You get the response, you feel aligned. You don't get it, you question everything. This is not embodiment. It's feedback dependency. And feedback dependency weakens your frequency. Because your power is still outsourced. Embodied trust is different. It says, this is mine, even if I can't see it yet. This is real, even if it's not visible. This is happening, even if I don't know how. Not as a mantra, as a felt frequency. Because your knowing is not a thought. It's a tone. And the field only responds to tones. Here's the paradox. The moment you stop needing the outcome to feel safe, you become a match to it. Why? Because your signal is no longer split. You're no longer broadcasting, please happen so I can feel okay. You're broadcasting, I'm okay. And because I'm okay, it can arrive. This reversal is embodiment. Embodied trust doesn't mean you feel no emotion. It means you don't need emotion to dictate meaning. You feel the wobble. You notice the delay. You witness the silence. And you stay steady. Not because you're suppressing. Because you're anchored. Anchored to your internal signal, not external feedback. How do you build this trust? You begin by stopping the audit. You stop checking for proof. You stop refreshing the mirror. You stop watching the metrics. You say, my frequency is stable, therefore it is done. And you act from that place. Not to get something, to be something. That being becomes the broadcast. That broadcast becomes the collapse point. Let's walk this out. You send the message. You hear nothing. Outcome addiction spirals. Did I mess it up? Embodied trust breathes. If it's aligned, it will align. You launch the offer. No bites on day one. Outcome addiction says, I must shift something immediately. Embodied trust says, my signal is clean. The mirror will catch up. This isn't delusion. It's discipline. Discipline of tone. Discipline of energy. Discipline of presence. And the field respects discipline. Let's take this further. What if the outcome never arrives? Would you still hold the frequency? Would you still trust your signal? Would you still be you? That's the edge. That's where embodiment becomes real. Because the truth is, you don't trust for the outcome. You trust because that's who you are now. Trust becomes your nature, your set point, your signal. Not because it's rewarded, but because it's true. And that truth, held without condition, creates realities you never have to chase. They land. They lock in. They stay. Because your signal is unshakable. From this place, you move without tracking. You build without proving. You lead without negotiating. You expand without leaking. Because your signal is stabilized in advance. This is what the quantum listens for. Next, we take this embodied trust into the material plane. We bring it into money, relationships, business, and impact. Because it's time to walk congruence in the real world and let every part of your life mirror your signal. You've now stabilized trust, released performance, and exited the high-vibe mask. You're standing in neutral power. You're broadcasting from presence, not desperation. Now, it's time to let that signal speak in one of the most visible mirrors of congruence. Money. This isn't about financial strategy. This is about frequency reality. This is about wealth not as a number, but as a reflection of your energetic state. This chapter isn't here to teach you how to make money. It's here to reveal the relationship you've been broadcasting to the field about wealth all along. Let's decode your wealth frequency. Here's the truth. Money is one of the field's most accurate mirrors of your embodiment. Not because it's moral, not because it's spiritual, but because it's direct. Money doesn't lie. It reflects what your nervous system feels safe to hold. It mirrors the tone you live in. It matches the identity you embody. Want to know your true frequency? Look at your relationship with receiving. Wealth frequency isn't about affirmations. It's not about vision boards. It's not about scripting abundance. It's about the energetic conditions you've set for safety and self-worth. Here's what the field hears. I only feel safe when I control everything. Field says, tight flow. I'll prove my value by working more. Field mirrors effort, not ease. Receiving still feels unsafe in my body. Field responds with delay. Wealth equals stress or loss. Field reflects protection, not expansion. It's all a mirror. And your bank account is not a judgment. It's a report card of coherence. Let's dismantle some distortions. You do not earn money by being good. You do not earn it by working harder. You do not earn it by becoming more deserving. You receive money to the degree that your system feels safe embodying power. Because that's what money amplifies. Power, capacity, congruence. So let's ask the real questions. Do you feel clean asking for more? Do you feel worthy when you receive easily? Do you feel safe holding large sums? Do you feel expansive when you're not hustling? If not, your wealth frequency is still entangled with survival. And survival repels overflow, not because you're blocked, but because your frequency says, overflow threatens me. The field listens and responds accordingly. Now let's bring it into the body. Your soma is the vault. If your nervous system is contracted, if your breath is shallow, if your shoulders hold tension, if your body feels panic at the thought of receiving more, then wealth becomes an energetic contradiction. It doesn't land where it isn't welcome. And welcome begins in the body. This is why wealth embodiment begins not with doing, but with becoming a match to safety. Try this. Visualize receiving more than you ever have. A client pays in full. A wire hits your account. An inheritance lands. An unexpected flood of income arrives. Then ask, what happens in my body? Do you breathe deeper or freeze? Do you feel calm or clench? Do you soften or spin? That's your real wealth frequency. Not your desire, not your intention, but your visceral response to increase. That's what the field listens to. That's what it matches. So how do you recalibrate? You start where all signal work begins. Congruence. You no longer pretend to want what your body rejects. You no longer perform abundance while fearing expansion. You no longer grasp for money while resenting what it represents. You become clear, clean, coherent. You say, I choose wealth. I allow ease. I regulate power. I trust overflow. And then you breathe like it's already here. Because once your signal stabilizes at that tone, receiving becomes inevitable. Embodied wealth isn't about chasing. It's about opening. It's not about selling harder. It's about standing cleaner. It's not about getting more. It's about holding more without wobble. That's how the field responds. Not to force, to safety, to congruence. Now, take this knowing into your next decision. Price the offer. Negotiate the raise. Say no to the misaligned client. Decline the hustle path. And notice, do you collapse into fear or calibrate to worth? That's your practice. That's your portal. And that's how the field adjusts. Money doesn't care what you want. It reflects what you hold. And what you hold is who you are. Now we take that identity into your next mirror, relationship. Because wealth is not the only place congruence shows up. Your closest connections are also reflecting who you're being. Let's decode the resonance of the heart next. You've seen how money mirrors your frequency. You now understand that receiving isn't about effort. It's about safety, congruence, and embodied capacity. But there's another field that reflects your signal even faster: relationships. Romantic, platonic, business, family, all of them. Every single connection in your life right now is broadcasting back to you who you are being. Not who you hope to be, not who you wish they were. This chapter is not about fixing your relationships. It's about realizing they've been mirroring you the whole time. Let's state the principle. The people closest to you are not random. They are resonance echoes. They are signal reflections. And their behavior is the quantum feedback loop to your own embodiment. This is confronting, because it means we can't blame them. We can only listen to what their presence is teaching us about our own tone. Let's break it down. If your relationships feel like inconsistency, disrespect, overgiving, lack of safety, suppressed truth, passive aggression, chasing or avoidance, then the field is showing you an internal incongruence. Maybe you say you want emotional honesty, but you still betray your truth to keep peace. Maybe you say you want support, but your identity is addicted to being needed. Maybe you say you want depth, but your energy still performs surface harmony to avoid rejection. The field listens to your energetic command, not your verbal request. Now here's the reframe. Relationships are not for comfort. They are for calibration. Each one reveals where your signal still contains performance, pretending, people-pleasing, power distortion, unworthiness loops. And if you're willing to see them as mirrors, not enemies, you reclaim your agency. Here's the hard truth. You cannot create authentic connection from a false signal. If you're still pretending, if you're still contorting, if you're still managing perception, then your relationships will reflect that back. And you'll call it drama, but it's just distortion. Let's ask the questions. Where am I still hiding my truth to be loved? Where do I abandon my needs to avoid conflict? Where do I attract woundedness because I still confuse it with passion? Where do I settle for shallow because I fear being truly seen? Each answer is not a problem. It's a portal. Your pain in relationships isn't random. It's a request for alignment. When you start embodying your full truth, your connections shift. The ones built on performance fade. The ones built on mutual resonance amplify. And the field starts reflecting back authentic reflection, not energetic confusion. Let's talk attraction. You don't attract what you want. You attract what you are available for. That means, if you still tolerate inconsistency, the field delivers it. If you still tolerate emotional immaturity, it appears. If you still chase love, it hides. But the moment you become unavailable for dysfunction, it disappears. Not because you fought it, because your signal no longer calls it. Now let's flip this. When you embody safety, people feel it. When you embody truth, others match it. When you embody presence, chaos dissolves. You're no longer trying to fix anyone. You're no longer magnetized to brokenness. You simply are. And the field reorganizes people around that clarity. So what's the practice? Audit your current connections. Who drains you? Who activates contraction? Who mirrors your false self? Notice your tone in each relationship. Are you regulating or reacting? Are you performing or revealing? Are you grasping or receiving? Choose your frequency on purpose, not by forcing anyone to change, but by becoming so congruent, the field has no choice but to reassign who belongs in your orbit. You're not judging, you're curating resonance, because every room you stay in while abandoning your truth delays your timeline. Every connection that requires self-betrayal dilutes your magnetism. Let them go if needed, and let new reflection arrive. It always does. Next, we bring this frequency into creation, because you're not just here to feel embodied. You're here to build from embodiment. And that means bringing these energetic codes into your business, your leadership, your mission. Let's build empires from alignment. You've seen how your relationships reflect your signal. You've understood that distortion invites distortion, and alignment magnetizes alignment. Now you take that energetic clarity into the domain where most people get stuck in force, business. This isn't about strategy, hacks, or hustle. This is about building something the quantum field can amplify. And that only happens when you build from embodied power. Business is not separate from your embodiment. It is an extension of it. It is your frequency made structural. If your business is chaotic, unclear, or unaligned, it is not a business problem. It is a signal problem. Here's the truth most won't say. You don't magnetize clients by solving a niche. You magnetize clients when your field is undeniable. People don't buy products. They calibrate to resonance. They are drawn to safety in your nervous system, clarity in your posture, truth in your words, power in your presence. Your embodiment is your business model. Everything else is an amplifier. Let's break down the lie of hustle. You've been told that effort equals outcome. But in the quantum field, only coherence equals momentum. You can do more. But if your signal is fractured, the results don't multiply, they scatter. Force sends mixed messages. Pressure scrambles your tone. Urgency invites delay. But when your business is an extension of your integrated frequency, you stop chasing. You start receiving alignment. Here's what business from embodied power feels like. Clear offers that come from truth, not trend. Clean pricing that reflects your worth, not your wounds. Messaging that requires no performance. Boundaries that don't collapse under desire. Presence that creates instant trust. You stop managing perception. You start transmitting certainty. That certainty is what sells. Embodied business is not built on external validation. It's built on energetic inevitability. You don't need to convince. You don't need to manipulate. You don't need to overeducate. Your field becomes the proof. Your alignment becomes the funnel. Your congruence becomes the close. This is not magic. It's physics. Let's talk about offers. If your offer is built from fear, people feel it. If you're launching from scarcity, your energy leaks. If you're pricing based on what people will pay, you've already abandoned your frequency. But when your offer is anchored in truth, when it comes from embodied clarity, from energetic alignment, from a state of clean power, it calibrates your audience before they buy. They don't buy the offer. They buy the resonance. Now let's look at content. Are you posting to be liked? Or are you transmitting from alignment? Are you trying to go viral? Or are you speaking from your signal? Are you saying what's true? Or what's trending? Content doesn't need to perform. It needs to transmit embodiment. And embodiment doesn't chase views. It anchors presence. And presence sells. This isn't theoretical. Business from embodied power looks like selling without urgency, leading without over-explaining, scaling without burnout, attracting aligned clients without niching down into distortion, launching from decision, not dependence. This isn't about getting rich quick. It's about building something real, something energetically sustainable. Because a business built from incongruence always collapses under growth. But a business built from embodiment, it expands without leaking. Let's be practical. If you want to scale, expand, or shift your business, don't start with strategy. Start with signal. Ask, what part of this offer is still rooted in fear? Where am I over-explaining to earn trust? Where am I still proving value instead of transmitting it? What identity am I performing instead of embodying? The answers to these questions reveal where your business is out of alignment. And alignment is the only strategy that works in the quantum field. Now let's address a core piece of congruent business: pricing. Most people price from fear of rejection, from past financial trauma, from projected scarcity in their audience. This fractures the signal. When you underprice, the field hears, "I don't trust the value of this transmission." When you inflate from ego, the field hears, "I'm masking insecurity with posture." But when you price from clean power without apology or performance, the field mirrors that back in full. Your clients don't just buy, they calibrate. Business from embodiment feels light, not because it's easy, because it's clean. There is no tug-of-war between truth and performance. There is no chasing. There is no forcing. Just signal. Transmitted. Trusted. Received. That's how timelines accelerate. And this brings us to the next level of embodiment. You're not just building business. You're becoming a leader, but not in the traditional sense. Leadership from embodiment is not authority. It is resonance. Let's step into that field next. You've now seen what it means to build from your frequency. You've dissolved the performance. You've released the proving. You've begun to operate from congruence. But to lead from this space is a different threshold entirely. Because leadership isn't about visibility. It's about vibrational responsibility. It's not a role. It's not a status. It's not how many followers, clients, or titles you carry. It is the tone you hold and whether others can anchor through you. This chapter brings you into embodied leadership, where who you are becomes a stabilizing force for everyone around you. Let's redefine leadership. Leadership is not about control. It is not about superiority. It is not about being the loudest voice in the room. It is about being the clearest signal in the room. When your system is stable, regulated, and true, you become a tuning fork. Others feel it, not as dominance, as safety. That's what real leadership is, providing energetic safety that others can calibrate to. You've probably met someone like this. They don't need to say much. Their presence speaks first. They listen deeply. They respond cleanly. They hold frequency even when the room wobbles. That's embodied leadership. And it cannot be faked, because it's not a performance. It's a felt tone. To lead in this way, you must be willing to do something radical, to stop needing to be right, to stop needing to be seen, to stop needing to be followed. You lead not from desire but from density, density of embodiment, density of coherence, density of self-trust. The more regulated your field becomes, the more others rise in your presence, without you trying to make them rise. Embodied leadership means speaking the truth even if it's unpopular, holding your center when others project, remaining open without leaking energy, taking responsibility without self-abandonment, moving first not to impress but because the signal is clear. You are not managing perception. You are transmitting reality. That's what leadership is. A clear, consistent broadcast. Here's the trap. Many attempt to lead from unhealed parts, from the need to be needed, from the need to be liked, from unresolved ego. That leadership is fragile, collapses under pressure. It clings to approval. It avoids truth. But when you're rooted in embodiment, you don't collapse. You don't leak. You don't flinch. You lead. And here's the paradox. Real leaders don't lead to be followed. They lead because it's who they are. They don't seek influence. They become influence because their frequency is steady. That steadiness becomes gravity. And gravity always pulls. Let's be practical. You step into embodied leadership when you stop outsourcing authority. You stop silencing truth for comfort. You stop waiting for consensus. You stop managing reactions. You stop performing clarity and become clarity. Your life becomes the message. Your frequency becomes the strategy. And the field responds in full. This leadership is subtle. It doesn't posture. It doesn't announce. It doesn't brand itself. It just is. And because it's real, the quantum field builds structure around it. People come. Opportunities align. Momentum compounds. Because the field mirrors resonant command. Not authority. Command. And command comes from coherence. You now carry that coherence. You now radiate that frequency. And soon you'll need to learn how to hold it without burning out. Because high frequency attracts high demand. And unless your system is resourced, your embodiment will turn into depletion. Let's protect your power next so it becomes sustainable. You've stepped into embodied leadership. Your signal is now stabilized enough to influence without needing to force. You're no longer trying to be followed. You simply are the tone that others calibrate to. But there's a subtle trap here. The more power you carry, the more people feel your signal, the more demand arrives. And unless you are deeply resourced, you'll begin to burn. Not from weakness, but from leakage. This chapter is not about working less. It's about holding more cleanly. It's about making impact sustainable. So your signal doesn't erode while your reach expands. Let's start with the truth. Power leaks when it's not resourced. Not because you're doing too much, but because you're doing from depletion, or from obligation, or from a fractured sense of responsibility. And that frequency is expensive. The field responds not just to the quality of your actions, but to the tone behind them. And when that tone is collapse masked as commitment, it reflects back exhaustion. Impact without burnout begins with energetic self-ownership. Ask yourself, am I giving more than I'm receiving? Am I saying yes from guilt or clarity? Am I sourcing power from response or from regulation? Am I still trying to be everything for everyone? Every yes rooted in fear fractures your coherence. Every obligation bypass creates a leak. Every I have to, you don't question becomes weight your system must carry. Eventually, that weight turns magnetic to burnout. Here's the distinction that shifts everything. True impact radiates. It doesn't chase. It doesn't deplete. It doesn't collapse. It's broadcasted, not extracted. So when your presence starts costing you, you're no longer leading, you're leaking, and that's not sustainable for you or for the people receiving your frequency. So how do we stabilize? We start with resourcing. This isn't just self-care. This is nervous system capacity. It's how you structure your life, relationships, and business to hold your signal, not just send it. Because you are not here to be a martyr. You are here to be a vessel. And vessels must be clean, held, and strong enough to carry current. Ask yourself, do I schedule recovery as often as I schedule creation? Do I rest before depletion, or only after collapse? Do I take breaks in order to feel good, or because I already feel good and choose to preserve it? Do I build systems that support my energy, or ones that force me to earn my survival? These aren't productivity questions. They are quantum alignment questions. Because your field cannot support others, if it's constantly compensating for your own dissonance. Embodied impact is deeply boundaried. You stop rescuing. You stop overholding. You stop absorbing what isn't yours. You trust the field to carry what you don't have to. You trust others to self-source. You trust that your presence is powerful enough, that it doesn't require overextension. You are not here to hold everyone. You are here to hold your signal. And in doing so, you give others permission to rise. Let's talk about saying no. Saying no to clients that don't match your frequency, invitations that dilute your clarity, energy that clings, performs, or pulls, any opportunity that demands your signal collapse to fit. These are not refusals. They are affirmations of resonance. Every no to distortion is a yes to sustainability. Every time you refuse to betray your bandwidth, you deepen your impact, not because you're doing less, but because your signal becomes sharper, and sharp signals penetrate farther. Here's what happens when you stabilize your energy. Your work multiplies without extra effort. Your reach expands without needing to grow. Your rest deepens, making your presence more potent. Your boundaries harden not as defense but as direction. You become undeniable, not because you do more, but because you hold more cleanly. That is quantum leadership, and that is impact without burnout. Now, what happens when it still slips? Because sometimes even the most embodied signal wobbles. Let's prepare for those moments, not to fear them, but to meet them with resilience. You've now seen the structure of sustainable power. You've anchored into boundaries, resource, and resonance. But embodiment isn't linear. It's not a permanent arrival. It's not a perfect performance. And pretending that it is another distortion. This chapter is your safety net. Because you will slip. You will wobble. You will forget. Not because you're broken, but because you're human. The work is not to avoid the slip. It's to recover faster. Let's say the old frequency returns. You find yourself chasing. You find yourself pleasing. You find yourself performing. Your signal gets fuzzy. Your alignment feels distant. Here's what not to do. Don't shame yourself. Don't double down on perfection. Don't pretend it's not happening. That only adds distortion. That only fuels the fracture. Instead, you do the one thing that brings coherence back. Tell the truth. Tell the truth of the moment. This part of me is afraid. This version of me forgot. This energy is not aligned. Not with drama, not with collapse, with clarity. And clarity restores power. Every time. Then you pause. You stop producing. You stop pushing. You stop performing congruence. And you reconnect to the source. Your body. Feel your breath. Feel your tone. Feel your energy. Ask, where did I abandon myself? Where did I start performing again? Where did I make the result more important than my signal? The answers realign the channel. You don't rebuild your frequency through force. You remember it through presence. You don't re-embody by fixing. You reclaim by feeling. The slip isn't the problem. The response to the slip is the shift. Embodiment is not constant congruence. It is constant return. Return to center. Return to truth. Return to trust. Over and over. Without judgment. Without timeline. Without shame. This is how the field knows you're stable. Not when you never fall, but when you always come back clean. Let's address a deeper piece. Sometimes you will slip on purpose. Because your ego wants safety. Because your system wants validation. Because your identity is still hooked into old resonance. When that happens, don't resist it. Name it. I chose this version because it felt safer. I collapsed here because it was familiar. I distorted here to be accepted. Naming it is not weakness. It is alchemical clarity. And clarity is what restores power. From here, you ask, what frequency do I now choose to embody? What signal am I willing to broadcast, regardless of what the world reflects? What truth am I ready to return to, without condition? That is the return. That is re-embodiment. That is how you rebuild momentum without losing time. One slip doesn't cancel your embodiment. Just like one breath doesn't define your health. Just like one misstep doesn't rewrite your journey. You are not becoming aligned. You are alignment reminding itself. Every slip is a classroom. Every return is an activation. Every wobble is a deeper invitation into stability. So next time you feel the collapse, don't run. Don't fake it. Don't freeze. Pause. Breathe. Listen. And ask, what does this moment need for coherence to return? Sometimes it's stillness. Sometimes it's tears. Sometimes it's a boundary. Sometimes it's rest. Whatever the answer, trust it. That is re-embodiment. In real time. And now that you can return at will, you're ready for what comes next. Because the closer you get to truth, the louder the ego becomes. Let's prepare for the cycles of identity collapse. And why they are not failure, but rebirth. You've just seen that embodiment isn't perfection. It's return. You've remembered how to come back to truth, even when you slip. But what happens when it's not just a slip, but a wave? A full-blown identity collapse. A rupture in who you thought you were. A moment where the version of you that's been working starts dying. Welcome to ego death cycles. They are not regressions. They are required for evolution. But the pain, the confusion, the chaos they bring, that's what we're going to stabilize now. Here's the truth. Every time you level up in embodiment, every time your signal gets cleaner, every time your field gets sharper, the identity that wasn't aligned gets exposed. And it doesn't go quietly. Kicks. It clings. It seduces. It says, just perform this one last time. Just please them one more round. Just play small until it's safe. Just go back to what worked before. That voice is the pretender. And when it returns, it's not because you're off path. It's because you're about to shed the last layer of the false self. Ego death isn't always dramatic. Sometimes it's subtle. A hollow feeling. Collapse in confidence. A sudden disconnection from things that used to light you up. You might feel lost, disoriented, emotionally raw, uncertain about your path, unmotivated and fragmented. These are not red flags. They're signs you've outgrown the old frequency. but your body hasn't caught up yet. This is the shedding phase. Here's what you don't do. Force yourself to act normal. Pretend to be high vibe. Bypass the disorientation. Spiral into shame. This is not a malfunction. It's a metamorphosis. Your system is reordering. Your signal is reattuning. Your field is clearing static. The identity that once felt safe is being retired. Let it go. Now let's talk about the emotional part. During an ego death cycle, everything can feel pointless, overwhelming, exposed. Why? Because your false self had jobs to protect, to manage approval, to mask vulnerability, to give you a story to belong to. When that mask falls, your nervous system panics. Not because the new you is unsafe, but because the familiar one is gone. This is the in-between, the void, and it's sacred. Here's how to move through it. Stop forcing clarity. Let the unknown breathe. Name the death. This version of me is dissolving. Rest the body. Ego death is energetic surgery. Honor the recovery. Don't label the void. It's not failure. It's a field reset. Feel the grief. Let the tears move the energy. This is not weakness. This is how coherence returns, through truth, not performance. And when the pretender tries to come back, say, "Thank you for protecting me, but I no longer need that mask." You can rest now, because you're not trying to fight the false self. You're retiring it, with compassion. That's how you release it without backlash. Now watch what happens when you stop resisting the death. Peace enters. Insight drops in. A deeper identity emerges, not one you choose, but one that reveals itself. This is the real you, not the performative you, not the curated you, not the people-pleasing version of you. The version that simply is. That version doesn't need to chase. It doesn't need to posture. It doesn't need to hide. It becomes a walking transmission. And that's what's next. You've grieved the mask. You've released the performative self. You've let the old identity collapse. Now you're not trying to get back to alignment. You're beginning to be alignment. Welcome to the state where embodiment is no longer something you do. It's who you are. You are now becoming a walking transmission. Not metaphorically, literally. Your body, your breath, your tone, your choices, all of them broadcast a frequency without words. And that frequency is now stable enough to shift rooms, without effort. This is not charisma. It's coherence. People feel it when you walk in the room. They don't know what's different, but they sense it, because you're no longer trying. You're no longer emitting distortion. You're no longer caught between truths. You are a clean signal, and the field listens. You're not marketing anymore. You're transmitting. You're not pitching. You're being. Clients come because they can feel the clarity. Opportunities arise because your frequency speaks before you do. Everything you've been trying to manifest now begins to mirror you, because you've become the match. This is not magic. This is the law of resonance perfectly applied. You're no longer navigating the world through control. You're not manipulating. You're not performing. You're not waiting. You've dropped all scripts. And now every cell in your body is speaking. And the message is, I am aligned. I am safe. I am true. The universe mirrors it back. In full. This doesn't mean you won't have moments of doubt, or grief, or fatigue. But now your signal doesn't collapse with your mood. Because the identity you're living from is stable. It's not built on feeling. It's built on frequency. It's not reactive. It's responsive. And that's what makes it unshakable. So what does life feel like here? Decisions get lighter. Clarity drops in faster. Resistance fades. Synchronicity increases. Others feel safer around you without needing you to fix them. Because you are no longer a personality. You are a presence. And presence is medicine. It recalibrates everyone it touches. Now let's get even clearer. Living as a walking transmission means you stop explaining yourself. Stop selling your worth. Stop adjusting your truth. Stop chasing next, because the world now bends to your signal. Not because you command it to, but because you are what it's responding to. You've become a mirror of the field itself. Here's what changes. You'll notice people responding to you differently. You'll get messages like, "I don't know why, but you shifted something in me. Your presence gave me permission. Just being near you feels like clarity." They are feeling your coherence. They are reading your tone. They are receiving your signal. You're not transmitting information. You're transmitting integration. This is the power you were designed to live in. Not to dominate, not to impress, but to remind others of who they are through who you are being. This is sacred leadership. This is quantum communication. This is embodiment at scale. Now, this doesn't mean life is always easy, or that contrast disappears, or that ego never whispers again. But now you don't contract. You stay open. You stay grounded. You stay aligned, even when things wobble, because your default identity is now signal-based. And that identity doesn't need the world to match, to stay anchored. From this space, you're ready to shift timelines, not through effort, through frequency, because when you walk as transmission, you collapse probabilities and choose reality. Let's move into that field next. You're no longer chasing embodiment. You've become the signal. You walk as transmission. You radiate coherence. Now something extraordinary becomes possible. You stop living in reaction to time and start selecting timelines, not through strategy, not through hustle, not through force, through frequency mastery. This isn't fiction. It's the real mechanics of quantum living. And once you get this, you'll never move the same again. Let's redefine timeline. A timeline is not just a future outcome. It's a sequence of probabilities anchored by frequency. Every time you embody a new signal, you shift what becomes available. You're not waiting for life to change. You are becoming the version of you that life responds to differently. This is timeline hopping, and it's not magic. It's congruence at scale. Let's go deeper. There are infinite versions of you, each one radiating a distinct frequency. Each one has access to different realities, different opportunities, different relationships, different income, different health, different challenges. You don't get to a new timeline by wanting it. You access it by matching it. You collapse the wave function by becoming the version of you who already lives there, not thinks, lives. Timeline hopping is not about skipping steps. It's about collapsing delay, because time is not linear in the quantum. It's layered. And when your frequency stabilizes into a new layer, the field reorders itself instantly. This is why some shifts feel sudden. Not because they are, but because you collapsed into the next available outcome. Your internal signal hit a new coherence threshold, and that threshold activated the mirror. Let's be clear. You don't jump timelines through rituals. You do it through stability. Stability of emotion, identity, signal, behavior, boundaries. Each one becomes a lever. Each one tightens the frequency. Each one moves the version of you that the field is listening to. And when your system holds that version without wobble, reality follows. So how do you apply this? You ask, who do I become when I no longer need this thing? What is my tone in the reality where it's already done? What behaviors am I no longer available for in that timeline? What emotional states are irrelevant to that version of me? And then you act from that place before the outcome arrives. That is frequency leadership. That is timeline selection. You've heard people say, act as if it's already done. But the field doesn't read as if. It reads what is. So it's not about pretending. It's about becoming. You're not acting like the wealthy version of you. You're stabilizing the nervous system of someone who doesn't flinch at wealth. You're not thinking like the embodied leader. You're moving as someone who doesn't compromise their signal. This is not role play. It's integration. And what about collapse? Sometimes, after you shift into a new timeline, Old structures will crumble. Why? Because they're not compatible with your new frequency. So people may leave. Plans may dissolve. Your preferences may change. Your motivations may fall apart. This is not loss. It's realignment. Let it fall. You're not being punished. You're being cleared. Cleared of the weights that the new you can't carry forward. Timeline mastery requires one thing above all: constancy. You must stop oscillating. Stop glitching between versions. Stop anchoring your signal, then questioning it. Stop expanding, then shrinking to fit old mirrors. Stabilize. Hold. Broadcast. That's the only way the new reality stays. And the field doesn't respond to the version of you who wants. It mirrors the version of you who decides. Now that you understand how to move timelines through internal congruence, we're going to explore what happens when that becomes your normal. Because once miracles stop shocking you, you've finally arrived in true alignment. Let's normalize the miraculous next. You've now collapsed timelines. You've stabilized your frequency. You're no longer asking for change. You are change. And the more consistent your signal becomes, the more miraculous your life starts to look. But what happens when miracles become normal? That's not arrogance. It's a consequence of congruence. In this chapter, we're going to anchor into the identity that no longer flinches at miracles, because it understands they're not miracles at all. They're mirrors. Let's name the distortion first. Most people treat miracles like anomalies: rare, special, gifted, only available under perfect conditions. That belief creates energetic separation from the outcome, and the field reflects that separation, because it only brings what matches your tone. If you see ease as extraordinary, you unconsciously broadcast, "I don't expect this," and so it remains rare. But when your signal becomes, "This is my new normal," the miraculous becomes structural. It becomes the default. Miracles aren't magic. They're simply the result of coherent causality. When every part of your system is aligned, your external world has no choice but to match. That's not exception. That's physics. You're not lucky. You're precise. And precision is magnetic. So how do you shift from awe to ownership? You begin by removing the pedestal. Stop making alignment a spiritual performance. Stop turning success into a fluke. Stop bowing to your own manifestations. Own them. Hold them. Expect them. Not with arrogance. With calm certainty. That certainty tells the field, this is not a glitch. It's a pattern. And when it becomes a pattern, you stop needing to protect it. You stop obsessively tracking. You stop fearing it will disappear. You stop managing it like it's fragile. Instead, you rest in the knowing, this came because of who I became, and who you became isn't going anywhere. That's how you hold miracles. By trusting the source, you. Let's make this tangible. You receive an unexpected opportunity. Instead of gasping, "How did this happen?" you say, "Of course." You hit your highest income month. Instead of waiting for the crash, you say, "This is the new minimum." You heal a chronic pattern. Instead of doubting the permanence, you say, "My field no longer supports distortion." You're not dismissing the beauty. You're anchoring the expectation. That's frequency maturity. Now let's address the fear that comes with this shift. What if I stop appreciating it? What if I get complacent? What if I take it for granted? These are old-world fears, rooted in guilt-based programming. Here's the truth. True appreciation doesn't require fear of loss. It lives in your tone. It breathes in your presence. It expresses in your embodiment. You can be deeply grateful and still completely unshaken. Gratitude doesn't have to tremble. It can stand firm. You're not here to marvel at your life like it's a stranger. You're here to walk in your life like it's a reflection, because it is. And when that reflection becomes miraculous, you don't need to justify it. You don't need to question it. You don't need to shrink it. You need to sustain it. And that happens through internal congruence. Not hustle, not protection, not perfection, presence, truth, stability. Here's the ultimate reframe. When you normalize the miraculous, you give others permission to do the same. Your life stops being inspiration. It becomes activation, not because of what you say, but because of what you radiate. This is the leadership you never need to announce. It's felt, it's received, it's mirrored, and it's unstoppable. So now that the miraculous is no longer wow, but of course, what's next? Integration, because even miracles can feel mundane, and that is a sacred boredom. Let's talk about the stillness of sustained embodiment next. You've normalized the miraculous. You've dropped the awe. You've anchored the expectation. Now a strange thing happens. Things get quiet, still, even boring. But not because you've lost connection. Not because your signal weakened. Not because you're off. You've simply entered a higher octave of embodiment. And in that octave, drama disappears. You are no longer chasing highs. You are no longer addicted to progress. You are simply being. This is the sacred boredom of alignment, and it's the most misunderstood phase of quantum living. Let's get honest. For most of your life, energy came with a story. You had goals. You had problems to fix. You had outcomes to chase. That chase gave you identity. It made you feel alive. It gave you contrast. But now, the noise is gone. You've resolved the fight. You've embodied the signal. You're receiving without resistance. And your nervous system doesn't know what to do with the silence. So it calls it boredom. But this isn't boredom. It's stability. This is where many people self-sabotage. They confuse peace with stagnation. They miss the rush of seeking. They start new problems just to feel motion. Why? Because their identity is still tied to overcoming. But when there's nothing left to overcome, who are you? This is the sacred invitation of this chapter. To let go of even your most evolved story and live without noise. Sacred boredom isn't emptiness. It's fullness without fireworks. It's waking up and feeling neutral, calm, grounded, not ecstatic, not broken, just present. And if your ego is still hooked on validation, that neutrality will feel flat. But if you're resourced, it will feel like freedom. Let's look at the shift. You used to equate movement with meaning. Now you understand that true embodiment isn't loud. It doesn't demand attention. It doesn't seduce excitement. It just is. And in that isness, life unfolds cleanly. Opportunities flow. Connection deepens. Power compounds. Not with drama, with consistency. That's what makes it sacred. So what do you do here? Nothing. And that's the point. You stop seeking stimulus. You stop performing transformation. You stop leveling up just to feel alive. You live fully, simply, cleanly. And in doing so, you allow your frequency to mature. This is the integration phase, and it is essential. Many will try to bypass this. They'll say, I feel stuck. I'm not motivated. Where's the breakthrough? But the truth is, there's nothing to break through. You're not in a void. You're in stability, and your system is learning to live without adrenaline. That's healing. That's power. That's maturity. Now here's where it gets beautiful. When you stop chasing, everything that matches your signal arrives. Not because you forced it, because you're no longer creating friction. This is the next phase, not of action, but of allowing. Let's open that door now. You've let go of the performance. You've released the pursuit. You've surrendered the addiction to the next level. And something miraculous happens. The very things you once strained for start showing up, effortlessly, naturally, inevitably. Why? Because you've finally removed the signal of lack. And in its place, you've broadcasted something clean. I am all ready. This chapter is about the field's ultimate response to non-chasing. Reception. Here's the quantum key. The field doesn't deliver based on what you want. It mirrors what you embody. And wanting, by itself, is a frequency of distance. It says, it's not here yet. I don't have it. I need to get it. That signal is what the field mirrors. But when you stop chasing, You collapse the space between you and it, not because you gave up, because you became the match. And the match doesn't chase. It draws. Let's go even deeper. Chasing is always about identity. You don't chase money. You chase the version of you who feels safe in wealth. You don't chase love. You chase the version of you who knows they're worthy. You don't chase success. You chase the feeling of being seen, valued, real. But when you become that version first, the external reality has to align, because your signal is no longer coded in lack. It's coded in presence. So what does not chasing look like? It's not passivity. It's not laziness. It's not spiritual bypass. It's neutral trust, a state where action flows without urgency, desire exists without grasping, receiving happens without guilt, manifestation occurs without strain. This is not theory. It's physics. The cleaner the frequency, the clearer the mirror. Let's anchor the reframe. You used to think letting go meant giving up. Now you know it means getting out of your own way. You used to think stillness meant stagnation. Now you know it's the most fertile ground for alignment. You used to think success required stress. Now you know it only requires clarity. This is the end of performance. This is the beginning of resonance-built reality. And it's sustainable, because it's not powered by pressure. It's powered by truth. So how do you maintain this? You keep choosing the signal, not the symptom. You stay with embodied certainty, nervous system regulation, emotional honesty, energetic boundaries. And you trust this equation. No chasing equals no resistance. No resistance equals full reception. Full reception equals timeline acceleration. You don't force arrival. You become the space for arrival. And the field fills it. What starts arriving? Unexpected opportunities, aligned relationships, financial upgrades, invitations, not obligations. Next steps that feel obvious, not forced. You didn't attract these. You became undeniable to them because you were no longer needing them. You were simply ready. This changes everything. No more controlling the how. No more obsessing over timelines. No more questioning your worth. You are not seeking alignment. You are living in it. And the field never misses that frequency. It listens. It reflects. It builds. And you receive. Now that you've stopped chasing and started receiving, you're ready for the true foundation, an identity that operates from congruence by default. That's next. You've stopped chasing. You've begun receiving. You're no longer grasping for timelines. You're collapsing into them. But here's the next level. What if you no longer practiced embodiment because it had become your default? No more techniques. No more recalibrations. No more returning to alignment. You are now living as it, automatically. This chapter is about the shift from doing embodiment to being embodiment. This is where your identity upgrades permanently. Let's begin with the truth. Most people use embodiment as a tool. They regulate when triggered. They align before decisions. They embody when challenged. But in this chapter, the tool disappears because it's become the operating system. It runs beneath everything, effortlessly, organically, consistently. You're not checking in with your truth. You're operating from it. You're not trying to choose congruence. You've become congruence. And from this state, the field never glitches. So how do you know you've reached default embodiment? You don't feel the need to announce it. You're not performing alignment. You're not waiting for feedback. You're not dependent on mirrors to stay grounded. Your choices are clean. Your boundaries are non-negotiable. Your words match your tone. And peace becomes your baseline. Not ecstasy. Not intensity. Peace. That's the signal of stabilized frequency. In default embodiment, you don't seek permission. You don't outsource clarity. You don't check your truth against consensus. Because your signal is now self-verifying. It doesn't need proof. It doesn't need response. It simply is. And the field doesn't ask you to justify it. It responds to what you are, without hesitation. This is sovereign congruence. And it's the most magnetic state possible. Let's talk nervous system. Embodiment as default means your system no longer flips into fear as a first response. It holds discomfort without collapse, uncertainty without scrambling, change without regression, power without guilt, because safety is now internal, not situational, not circumstantial, not conditional. This is the matured embodiment frequency. But here's where many glitch. When things feel calm, they confuse it with numbness. They miss the chaos. They miss the fire. They miss the constant stimulation. That's not intuition. That's trauma withdrawal. So this chapter rewires your baseline. From, I need to feel something intense to feel real, to, my presence is proof of reality. That upgrade unlocks embodied neutrality, which stabilizes everything. Let's reframe your life now. Your business doesn't require effort. It runs through signal integrity. Your relationships don't require constant managing. They calibrate to your field or fall away. Your purpose doesn't need to be earned. It unfolds as a natural consequence of your frequency. You are no longer managing reality. You're inhabiting it fully. Default embodiment means your yes is clean. Your no is complete. Your truth is embodied, not defended. Your energy is clear before you walk into the room. This is not arrogance. It's precision. It's what happens when you no longer fragment yourself for comfort or delay your expression to be understood. You're not forcing understanding. You're broadcasting clarity, and those meant for your frequency resonate immediately. You've reached the point where identity isn't up for negotiation, where coherence doesn't require correction, where integrity is automatic. This is not spiritual superiority. It's signal mastery. The version of you that used to try so hard? Gone. The version that rehearsed, corrected, waited? Gone. Only this remains. A self that speaks the field's language fluently. And from here, you don't follow universal laws. You become them. Let's go there next. You've stabilized your embodiment. It's no longer a tool. It's your foundation. You don't have to get into alignment, because you are alignment. So what happens now? You stop living in reaction to universal law and begin operating as it. You don't apply attraction. You don't try to match vibrations. You don't calculate manifestations. You become the field itself. This is the quantum apex of identity. This is what it means to become the law. Let's dismantle the old narrative. Most people treat the law of attraction like a vending machine. Say the right affirmations. Visualize the outcome. Feel good, and things appear. But that model still centers lack. It says, I want it, so I must tune into it. It's conditional. It's future-based. It's transactional. And it creates separation. But you're not separate. You're not a beggar hoping the field responds. You are the field, focused into form. That shift changes everything. Becoming the law means you're not using energy to influence the field. You are the origin point of reality's unfolding. This is not metaphor. The quantum field is entangled with you, which means when your identity stabilizes, it doesn't wait for confirmation, creates confirmation. You're not responding to conditions. You're writing them. Here's the energetic distinction. Attraction implies a gap. Becoming implies collapse. You don't attract what you are. You emit what you are. And that emission builds worlds. Not by chance, by structure. You're not hoping for alignment. You're creating alignment environments. That's power. That's embodiment. That's law. You're not a magnet anymore. You're a frequency beacon. Not pulling, not wishing, not scripting, broadcasting. And the field does not resist a stable broadcast. It orients around it, which means the right people arrive. The next steps reveal. The timing aligns. The resources configure. You're not summoning it. You're structuring it through being. Now let's address integrity. To become the law, you must remove every internal contradiction, every hidden but, every energetic backdoor. If you say, I am this, but act from fear, you're split. If you claim certainty, but your body flinches, you're misaligned. The field mirrors totality, not performance. So becoming the law means living without micro-pretending. Your thoughts, tone, posture, action unified. That's resonance precision. And it's irreversible once stabilized. What does life feel like here? Effort disappears. Strategy simplifies. Proving dissolves. Compromise vanishes. You don't wonder if it's working. You don't track evidence. You don't test the field. You walk as the command, not as ego, as essence, not controlling, simply being. And that being becomes the organizing principle of your reality. Here's the reframe. You've been told to use the universe. Now you understand. You are the universe localizing itself. You've been told to align with frequency. Now you recognize frequency flows from your identity. You've been told to raise your vibration. Now you see, your vibration is the creative force. No more manipulation, only embodiment. No more craving, only congruence. No more waiting, only being the law. This is the ultimate liberation. You're not subject to laws. You are living law. And when you live from this signal, reality doesn't feel magical. It feels accurate. Because you're no longer surprised by alignment. You expect it, not with arrogance, with precision. Because alignment is no longer your goal. It's your nature. And now, at the end of this transmission, there's only one truth left to fully remember. You were never separate. Not from alignment. Not from the universe. Not from your power. It was always you. Let's return to that knowing now. You've moved through the illusion of effort. You've dropped the chase. You've released the layers of pretending. You've stabilized your signal. You've become the field's instruction. You've stopped attracting and started being. But even in all that, one misunderstanding may still quietly remain. The idea that you had to become aligned, that you had to reach coherence, that you had to earn your return to power. So let's say it now, clearly, finally, irrevocably. You were never separate. Not from the universe. Not from source. Not from the signal. Not from reality itself. You were never outside the field. You were the field, misreading your own transmission. And now you remember. From the very beginning, the universe wasn't testing you. It wasn't withholding. It wasn't gatekeeping. It was reflecting. Every moment, every breakdown, every delay, not as punishment, but as a mirror. And that mirror didn't judge. It simply responded to your embodiment, to your congruence, to yourself. The universe wasn't distant. It was precise. And now that your signal has cleared, you can finally see the separation was never real. It was only the illusion of misalignment. This entire journey, from confusion to clarity, from effort to embodiment, from pretending to truth, was not about creating connection. It was about remembering it. You are the field. You are the quantum. You are the law. You are the command. And everything that felt external was always you in disguise. Now let's clear the last distortion. The belief that you must maintain alignment to be worthy of miracles. No, your worth was never earned through performance. It was never proven through practice. It was never validated by outcomes. Your worth is structural, inherent, built into your existence. The field doesn't check your record. It reads your radiance. And that radiance is natural when the distortions fall away. So now the question isn't, how do I align with the universe? It's, how do I live from the knowing that I was never separate? Because that knowing changes everything. You no longer seek guidance, you trust your tone. You no longer chase signs, you are the sign. You no longer need permission, you are the permission slip. This is what happens when embodiment becomes remembrance. There's no longer anything to manage. You're not curating your vibration. You're not decoding cosmic riddles. You're listening. You're responding. You're being. Fully. Honestly. Now. And that presence is your bridge to everything. Because there's no veil left. No chase. No script. Just the clean resonance of a self who knows, I was never disconnected. From here, life feels different. Not louder. Not more dramatic. But closer. More honest. More alive. Because you are no longer fighting to prove you belong. You're no longer performing to feel worthy. You've exited the game of spiritual performance. and return to what is true. You are not becoming. You are not earning. You are not manifesting from scratch. You are revealing, and what you reveal is wholeness, radiance, divine precision. Now the field becomes effortless, not because you control it, but because you no longer resist it. You allow it. You collaborate with it. You speak its language not in words, but in frequency. And that language is coherence. That language is honesty. That language is who you are without distortion. And you now trust that being yourself is enough to command reality, not manipulate it, not beg from it, but stand with it as one. So what's next? Life, but not the kind you chase, the kind you let happen through you, the kind that arrives without flinch, the kind that reflects your internal peace, not your external ambition. There's no longer a difference between you and the source you once worshipped. You are it, and the world responds accordingly. Let's integrate one final truth. Every time you said, "Why isn't it working?" Every time you felt unseen, unheard, blocked, you weren't doing it wrong. You were simply transmitting from separation. And now that illusion is gone. There is no separation. There never was. You are not under universal law. You are its very expression. You're not navigating the quantum. You are the quantum, awake and aware. And now every breath you take is a broadcast. Not of need, not of craving, not of proving, but of pure congruence. You are the signal. You are the source. You are the sacred field stabilized into form. And from here, there is nothing to chase. Only truth to live. This isn't the end of your embodiment. This is the point where you no longer have to think about it. You just walk. You just breathe. You just speak. And everything aligns because your very being is the frequency. And in that frequency, all things calibrate to you. So let's say it together, not as affirmation, but as fact. I am not separate. I am the signal. I am the source. I am the field. And now, I live as it. Every day, every choice, every step. The transmission is complete, but your embodiment continues. Not as effort, not as study, but as you. And that right there was the whole point.